I'd like to welcome everyone to Vancouver and the 101st annual meeting of the International Pacific Halibut Commission. Thank you to Canada for hosting, and it's a pleasure to be in Vancouver again. Some of you may have noticed I am not Paul Ryall. I am John Kurland. I'm the Vice Chair of the Commission and head of the U.S. delegation, and currently acting chair because Paul Ryall recently stepped down from his 12-year tenure as a commissioner. Mark Waddell here is the new lead commissioner for Canada and head of the Canadian delegation. So welcome, Mark. Glad to have you. And for our very first order of business, before we get into a land acknowledgement and adopting the agenda, I'd like to call for nominations for a new chair to complete Mr. Ryall's unfinished term and to chair the remainder of this meeting. Neil.
I'd like to nominate Mark Waddell for the chair.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any other nominations? Not seeing any. All right. We'll close nominations. Are we ready to vote? All in favor of our new chair, say aye. Aye. Looks like it's unanimous. We'll pass the gavel over to Mr. Waddell.
Thank you, everybody. Truly appreciate that, and would like to take this opportunity to welcome everybody to Vancouver. I think as our first order of business, we do find ourselves in the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish First Nations, and we're fortunate to have Councillor Howard Grant come to the microphone from Musqueam Tribe to provide us with a welcome and a land recognition. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, and again, thank you for the introduction. I was taught by my ancestors to introduce myself this way. My great-great-great-grandfather was Kayapalanuk. Kayapalanuk was the great war chief of our nation from the Hunkaminam-speaking peoples of this territory. He was the man who met Captain Narvaez in 1791, and then Captain Vancouver in 1792. Those were the first non-Indigenous people to come into our territory. My great-great-grandfather was Wolfsimiltuk. My grandfather was Wolfkaletsa, and my mother was Tawakawat. We were taught to introduce ourselves this way so that our friends and relatives that may be out in the audience would know who I come from, where I come from, and to let them know that this is the land of my people. I am Kayapalanuk VII, the direct descendant of the man who met the first white settlers to come into our territory. So he welcomed Captain Vancouver with open arms at that particular time. And just a bit of information for yourselves as you look out to the north towards the mountains, you'll see Stanley Park. Stanley Park is a wonderful, wonderful heritage site for people of Vancouver and the world. But my children's great aunt was the last person to be evicted from that area because she was deemed to be a squatter in her own territory. These are pieces of information that is a truth in regards to our road to reconciliation. My people have been carbon dated to be here for 9,000 years. And those of you who are coming from the United States, traveling, coming up into Vancouver, you'll have to come up Oak Street and Granville Street. And they're located at the 74th, 71st in Granville, is a site known as Chesnam. Chesnam is a village site known to us as the city before the city. There was located not a village, but a city of First Nations of my people. They considered it approximately 50,000 people strong. And within a blink of an eye, because our trade was north-south at that particular time, the Spanish had immigrated to the southern United States. They also brought Spanish flu, which had decimated my community. And then as the white settlers came into my territory in 1791 and beyond, they brought smallpox. And as I said, our population at that time was about 50,000 and carbon dated 4,500 years. I came to my senses in the 1940s, and our population was 200, decimated by smallpox and the Spanish flu. That's important to know simply because we lived at the river delta. We relied on the sea for our resources. We relied on all of the seafood that the Creator has provided, one of which was halibut as well, that your conference is here today. And still today, my people rely on that gift from the Creator. But unfortunately, through residential encroachment, commercial development, and whatnot, the various vessels traveling through the Salish Sea has decimated our opportunity to maintain our life and our livelihood that was there before time. Please know that Columbus arrived on the eastern shores in 1492, so 300 years had passed before they arrived on our shores. And that's only a blink of an eye of yesterday, that we still have a strong semblance of our self-governance and a history and a knowledge of who we are and who we have come from. We still live today without missing a heartbeat or a misstep that our culture has provided to us. And today's conference that I'm here to welcome each and every one of you today, I want you to understand and recognize that the sea was our mainstay, our food resource, and our highway to our people to the south. We still rely on that resource. And during the world wars and during the time where we were without food for the population, we survived because of the sea. And I ask you, as you deliberate today and tomorrow and the days after, as you try to struggle and determine allocation of that resource, that we were the first peoples here, and the truth is, we saved that resource for the future generations. Greed was not part of our language. Our language was survival and taking care of the future generations. And as you deliberate and look forward to resharing of that allocation of that resource, is to ensure the survival of that. And today, I want to say on behalf of the Huntsclaminum speaking peoples of this land from Musqueam, that we share with our relatives from Tsleil-Waututh, and we share with the Squamish people. I welcome each and every one of you today, and I ask that each and every one of you have a wonderful time here in our great city and to enjoy all of the benefits that we have to offer here in this city. And as well, I ask each and every one of you to remain healthy and strong, because right now we're all going through another mini pandemic of sorts with respiratory problems. So I ask you to be careful, but take time to enjoy and renew relationships. And more importantly, gain some understanding and knowledge about truth. Gain an understanding and knowledge about the land and the people on the land who you are working on today. So with that, I just want to say thank you, and I want to say thank you to the hosts for recognizing and allowing us to be here with you to participate in the welcome and opening remarks today. And remember that I love halibut. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant, for that lovely land acknowledgement. Executive Director, I believe our first order of business is to adopt an agenda. However, if you would so kindly indulge me for a brief moment, I would like to make a brief set of remarks with regards to my predecessor, Paul Ryle, who is sitting over beside me, as many of you will well recognize. I'd like to take a moment to recognize and celebrate the extraordinary contributions of Paul Ryle to the International Pacific Halibut Commission over these last 12 years now. Paul has been a steady hand, a strategic thinker, and a passionate advocate for sustainable halibut management. Representing Canada with distinction, Paul has guided our participation in the IPHC with clarity, collaboration, and an unwavering commitment to conservation and fairness. I would like to express our gratitude for your dedication, Paul. Your contribution has left an indelible mark on the Commission and on the sustainable future of Pacific halibut. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I'll keep this really brief. I just want to congratulate Paul and thank him as well. Paul, I've found you to be unflappable and definitely a strong advocate for the Pacific halibut resource and for Canada and the users and people who depend on that resource. It's been a pleasure working with you and learning from you in my short tenure on the Commission. So thank you for your service.
Thank you, John. And with that, David, I believe we're back into your hands for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just to echo those sentiments, it's been a pleasure working with you, Paul, for my entire tenure as Executive Director so far. And we do have a few small gifts to provide you, all branded with IPHC logos, so that we'll be able to find you in the streets somewhere. So looking forward to handing that over at maybe this evening's reception. So as the chair has pointed out, we do have the agenda before us, and through the chair, we do have a number of items that we're going to address today. We do have this evening's reception, and I'll remind you just before we break today of those specific details. And then tomorrow morning, we will step into what's remaining from the Commission meeting itself to share with all stakeholders before we break into our two subsidiary body meetings, the Conference Board and Processor Advisory Board tomorrow afternoon. And so with that, Chair, I'll pass to you to see if there are any additions or amendments to the agenda as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking to colleagues as to whether there's any amendments to the agenda as proposed by the Secretariat. Seeing none, our agenda is adopted.
Thank you very much, Chair. So we now move on to agenda item 3, and we have a number of process-orientated papers and presentations to provide to the Commission. The first of which is paper 03, and that's as on screen at the moment. There isn't a PowerPoint for this. It's just a general update. And this is an update on the actions arising from the 100th session of the annual meeting. And there were 4 actions that arose from that meeting outside the fishery regulations, and I'm pleased to advise that as per Appendix 1 to this document, all have been completed. In addition to that are outlined 2 additional recommendations that arose from the 14th special session of the Commission throughout the course of 2024, and again, both of those have been completed and as documented in Appendix 1. In addition to that, the Commission was very active in 2024, making 10 intersessional decisions that affect the operation of the Commission and stakeholders accordingly. 8 of those have been completed, and the only 2 that remain in progress both of them relate to the Fishery Independent Setline Survey design that's being undertaken in 2025. And the first of that are Intersessional Decision 09 is a request for tenders, has been sent out in the middle of December, and we are expecting those tender bids for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey to be submitted by the 3rd of February, so next week. I will just also highlight that there is a FIS session that's going to be held this week, and the team will sort of advertise that more broadly. It's out on the plaques outside the room, and we'll just provide an update on the location, which will be here, as well as a web link if anyone is wanting to join online. And that would just be an information in session on the design for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey and the tenders that interested captains or owners would like to submit. The second there is the Commission did approve the transfer of $1 million from the IPHC Reserve Fund, so Fund 50, to Fund 40, which is for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey in 2025. And this has been possible as we've been making some broad-ranging cuts to some of our operations and ensuring that we are optimizing the funds received from contracting parties over the last couple of years. And as a result of that, have been able to increase our reserve fund to a point where the Commission was comfortable in utilizing some of those reserve funds to ensure that we had a more robust Fishery Independent Setline Survey footprint this year. And so with that, Chair, that's the updates on actions arising. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I'm not sure if we have any questions on those. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. The next agenda item is agenda item 3.2, and this relates to the report of the Secretariat for 2024. So I can have that PowerPoint, please. And so while that's being brought up, this is the PowerPoint associated with paper 04. Thank you very much. And so Dr. Hutchinson is going to share the presentation of this material. Just as a reminder that this is obviously not everything that the Secretariat has undertaken in 2024, but is really an update on other pieces of information and other activities that we've been undertaking that aren't before you in the wealth of information that you're going to receive in other papers and presentations. Just as a little bit of a background, I guess, and particularly important given that the Commission hit its 100th anniversary mark as of the 24th of October of 2024, that the Secretariat was formed in support of the Commission's activities. We're based in Seattle, Washington. If you haven't already made a visit to the office, I do encourage you to come and say hello and work potentially closely with some of the staff and just hear a little bit more about some of the activities that we undertake. We currently consist of 29 full-time or FTEs and a variable number of temporary and contract positions. And these positions fill our port positions, our fisheries data specialists in the field, as well as on our research vessels for the Setline Survey specialists. We have a broad shared vision that the Secretariat aims to deliver positive economic, environmental, and social outcomes for the Pacific halibut resource for both contracting parties, Canada and the USA. And we aim to achieve this through the application of rigorous science, innovation, and the implementation of international best practice across our activities. In terms of the organization of the Secretariat, we have 5 broad themes, or what we call branches. Obviously, our administrative services component, then we have our fisheries regulations and data services, and followed by the biological and ecosystem science branch, quantitative science team, as well as our fisheries monitoring branches. And I think you're all very familiar with the various teams. And if you aren't, please do come and have a chat to us throughout the course of the meeting. We'll make sure that we introduce you to some of the team members and what they do. We have a very active internship program at the Secretariat, and we fund typically 1, but sometimes 2 interns for each summer. This year, we were blessed by the participation or a broad application from very qualified or very enthusiastic, at least, intern candidates for our 2024 program. We had Miss Becky Barksey and Mr. Max Luthi, both recent graduates from the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor and the University of Berkeley, respectively. Both Becky and Max worked very closely with Dr. Planas and his team, and their primary tasks or efforts were aimed at to genotype the sex of commercial landings, as well as helping Dr. Hutchinson and her team through the automized method of aging for odorless. And this is being done using some artificial intelligence activities. And you're going to hear more about those from Dr. Hutchinson later this afternoon. Little technical slide there. In addition to that, we do have, again, a very active merit scholarship program. In 2004, the panel, which consisted of Commissioner Alverson, Commissioner de Grief, Angel Drobnica, and Krista Russell, unanimously awarded the 2024 scholarship to Mr. Shea Davis from Cordova in Alaska. And he joins our previous recipient, who is still actively receiving the scholarship funds, Lucy Henkins, who was awarded the scholarship in 2022. And so again, we're very pleased to offer that level of support for very up and coming and keen students who are linked to the Pacific halibut industry, either in Canada or the USA. In terms of, I guess, just recording the activity in support of the various commission meetings and subsidiary body meetings, we provided a broad number of papers that are available on the IPHC website. If you haven't looked at some of those and you hear presentations from our Scientific Review Board chair later today or the MSAB co-chairs, I do encourage you to explore those various meeting papers that were provided to those subsidiary bodies so you can understand a little bit more about the work the Secretariat does to support those subsidiary bodies. I'll pass to Dr. Hutchinson.
Thank you. In terms of updates on the IPHC fishery regulations, at the previous annual meeting, the 100th session of the annual meeting for implementation in 2024, the Commission adopted in total 5 regulatory proposals. 3 of these were Secretariat's proposals and 2 contracting party proposals. Proposal A1 that was adopted last year was on mortality and fishery limits. Proposal A2 was on commercial fishing periods. And Proposal A3 updated and aligned IPHC logbook requirements. And as a part of this proposal, I would like to remind everybody that this proposal introduced for the United States a requirement to submit logbooks not collected by the Commission representatives available in ports. The requirement to submit those logbooks within 30 days of the commercial fishing period closing date. The Commission also adopted, as I mentioned, 2 contracting parties proposals. Proposal B1 introduced a revision of the charter management measures in IPHC regulator areas 2C and 3A. And Proposal B2 introduced an in-season reallocation of recreational limits in IPHC regulator area 2A. The IPHC also monitors IPHC monitors different actions within the contracting parties that are relevant to Pacific halibut. And here is a selection of interactions for both contracting parties. And starting with Canada, we would like to note that the executive director of the IPHC or his alternate are participating as a member of the Halibut Advisory Board. And also worth mentioning is that Pacific Halibut Electronic Length Sampling Protocol was developed in collaboration with industry, Archipelago Marine Research, and after discussions with IPHC. Pilot of this program began in 2023, but the fleet-wide implementation commenced in 2024. For the United States, worth mentioning here is the electronic logbooks introduction in Alaska. Since 2024, the IPHC has been piloting electronic equivalent of its logbook in Alaska. The tablets equipped with logbook software are part of a fully operational system that facilitates direct tablet-to-tablet data transmission, eliminating the need for paper records. Data collected via tablets are verified by IPHC fisheries data specialists in ports using custom log verification software. And this software is also fully compatible with the existing NOAA daily fishing logbook. enabling seamless electronic data verification of both IPHC and DFL logbook data. In terms of other updates, worth mentioning is also that the final rule establishing abundance-based management in Alaska became effective on 1st of January of 2024. On top of that, the IPHC also closely follows actions related to Pacific halibut at both Pacific Fisheries Management Council and North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. And this concludes my update. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Hutchinson. In addition, we have made quite a number of improvements to the IPHC website throughout the course of 2024. And this really includes a lot of data enhancements in terms of providing the various data sets, whether it be commercial fisheries data, fishery independent setline survey data or the like, in a more digestible and user-friendly format. And so I would simply encourage, if you haven't already done so, to explore some of the links that are provided both in the paper and then also the presentation to help you, I guess, review and take a look at and potentially understand some more of the local fishery or environmental dynamics in the areas that you do work in or live in or fish in. And so please just take the time to explore some of these data sets. I think you'll notice the improvements in terms of, in particular, the visual side of things in comparison to previous years. So I encourage you to do so. The IPHC annual report was published on the 28th of March, 2024. It's available from the website for download. This is more of a broad summary of the activities that we undertake, everything from our overall 5-year program of integrated research and monitoring through to our fiscal outcomes and fiscal financial standing. The 2024 report is due to be published or expected to be published on the 1st of March of this year. We have two primary communication formats, IPHC circulars, which are really directed at commissioners and their immediate advisors, as well as media releases, which are for the entire stakeholder community. If you are interested in receiving these, it is a simple process to go to the website and sign up to receive them automatically. In terms of external engagement, we maintain a strong level of external engagement in both countries and in North America more broadly. I don't intend on stepping through these in detail, but it's provided in the paper and is meant to just provide an indication of how active the Secretariat is in participating and contributing to broader marine fisheries issues and topics throughout North America. We have 3 staff members who are active or affiliate faculty at 2 universities, the University of Washington for both Dr. Hicks and Dr. Stewart, and also Alaska Pacific University with Dr. Planas. And this really does just allow them to maintain a greater network and ability to collaborate with various scientists and academics, primarily working on topics that would be related to Pacific halibut and our 5-year program of integrated research and monitoring. In addition, those same team members are quite active on graduate student committees, primarily at the University of Washington again, but also Alaska Pacific University and Dr. Hicks more recently with the University of Massachusetts. And if you are interested in hearing a little bit more about the types of student committees that they are involved in, I do encourage you to grab their ear this evening at reception, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to discuss some of those engagements. Sorry, it's a little bit small on screen, but it's just a summary of the peer-reviewed journal publications that have been published in 2024. So there were 5 in 2024, with all bar 1 as our team members as lead authors. And I'll just highlight the most recent one at the bottom there, led by Dr. Hutchinson, which was a timely publication sort of summarizing 100 years of Pacific halibut management in the context of global events. And Dr. Hutchinson and her team really worked very hard over the course of 2023 and 2024 in the lead up to our 100th anniversary. And so this is sort of a summary review paper of our activities in that regard. So, Chair, at this point, it's just a matter of the Commission noting Paper 4, Rev 1, that provides the Commission with an update on the activities in 2024, not detailed in other papers before the Commission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for taking us through that, the year that was in 2024. Not sure if colleagues have questions. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wilson. I was just curious, back on slide 17, you had a list of initiatives, and just hoping maybe whether it's you or perhaps some of my US colleagues, interested to hear more about those first two items on the list that have to do with sort of what look to be like broader ecosystem plans. These are things we also contemplate in our domestic context, and wondered if maybe you could tell us a little bit more about what those are, either now or I'm happy to chat with the right person off to the side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair, these are both associated with the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and they are various plan teams that the council has, and two of the teams that have an interest, or our staff have an interest in these types of ecosystem components that could complement the 5-year program of integrated research and monitoring. I'm not probably the one to really talk to about the level of detail that they get into. And so we are going to hear from Dr. Stewart and Dr. Hicks today and tomorrow. And so noting that they're in the room, I just ask that maybe they tag a little bit of a starting spiel on that level of engagement, what the Secretariat in particular, what those team members do on those plan teams, and how it benefits the IPHC more broadly. So if that's okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further questions from colleagues? Nope. So we can view this as adopted.
Thank you very much. The next agenda item, 3.3, is an update on the implementation of the recommendations from the second performance review of the IPHC. So this is, as I said, agenda item 3.3 and paper 05, if you're looking for it. So just as a little bit of background, the second performance review of the IPHC was concluded in September of 2019, and the Commission adopted the various recommendations on the 11th of October 2019. So it's been about 6 years or so now since that performance review made its recommendations to the Commission. If you are interested, I do encourage you to go follow the meeting link here. It's not only the report, but also all of the broad swath of material that the review panel digested and to develop the recommendations to the Commission for improvement. I'm pleased to say that of the 26 recommendations that were made by the second performance review panel, 23 of them have now been completed or considered completed and annually ongoing, and I'll walk through why that's the case in a moment. We have 3 remaining outstanding or that are in progress, and none that are now pending. And what I'm going to do is quickly step into those 3 that remain in progress, and then talk about the ones that changed from in progress to completed this year. So the first recommendation 09 that remains in progress was a recommendation from the panel surrounding data collection and sharing of information. The original recommendation was modified by the Commission, and since then the Commission has discussed this recommendation a number of times, and most recently determining that while the recommendation has basis and would like to see it move forward, there's no agreement at this point in time on exactly how that could work or how it could be moved forward as a collaborative item. And so in that sense, it's left in the hands of the contracting parties to determine how they would like to proceed with this recommendation, either individually or jointly. The other 2 recommendations, which are in progress, both relate to the management strategy evaluation work that the Commission is undertaking. The first, recommendation 11, is that the performance review panel recommended that ongoing work on the MSE process be prioritized, and so that it could be adopted in the near future. And similarly for recommendation 12, is that the panel strongly urged the Commission to conclude its MSE process and recommended that it meet its 2001 deadline. The Research Advisory Board, the Scientific Review Board, and more specifically the Management Strategy Advisory Board, are all going to present some of their recommendations to you in a very short while. And so you'll hear what the current status is with the subsidiary bodies in terms of recommendations to the Commission related to the adoption of a harvest strategy. And I believe we also have some very topical stakeholder comments and also regulatory proposals to consider in that vein. In terms of recommendations that were moved from in progress or on hold to completed in 2024, there were 5 of them. The first is the legal analysis of the IPHC Convention, and so the Commission has made the decision that it would not like to amend the Convention at this point in time. However, should that change as part of the 3rd performance review, which will take place at some point in the future, at that point, the contracting parties may be in a position to consider updating and amending the Convention. 2 others, somewhat related, Recommendation 13 and 14 on port state measures and monitoring, control and surveillance. The Commission has agreed at the recent interim meeting that both of these, might have been the work meeting actually, both of these recommendations would be moved into the national reporting process. And so as you'll see, probably tomorrow straight after lunch, or if you're in the advisory body meetings, you can read them online. These are the national reports from the various agencies within the 2 contracting parties where they present their updates on activities throughout the course of the past year. And as part of that, the Commission has asked that these 2 items be addressed in that reporting. And then finally, both of these relate to the scientific collaboration for Pacific halibut and the various other countries that harvest Pacific halibut, and so not the US and not Canada. So the performance review recommended that the Commission prioritize scientific work to confirm the full range of Pacific halibut, and the update there is there are 3 non-contracting parties who currently exploit Pacific halibut throughout its range, those being Russia, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. And the Commission has directed the Secretariat to engage with those countries as possible through, in particular, Pisces, and so through our scientific processes. And you're going to hear a little bit more from Dr. Planas about some of that engagement in his presentation, I think, tomorrow morning. And then secondly, just to the second recommendation there is more specific in the sense that it would, the contracting parties invite additional collaboration with those 3 particular countries. And again, Dr. Planas will talk a little bit about some of the Pisces annual meeting engagements and also the workshops that we've been holding specifically on Pacific halibut and then more broadly flatfish associated with Pisces. And so, Chair, that's it in terms of an update on the implementation of the performance review recommendations, and simply ask the Commission to note paper 05. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And duly noting paper 05. I don't know if there's further questions at this point in time, recognizing full well too, we'll have an opportunity with the harvest strategy policy deliberations over the course of the week to perhaps close out 2 of these items. That's it.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. So that's enough of me for a while. Our next agenda item is 3.4, and this is an update from the co-chairs of the Management Strategy Advisory Board, who are going to present the summary of discussions and also the recommendations to the Commission arising from the 2 MSAB meetings that were held this year. And so I'll pass to the co-chairs to come on up and present. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gwen Mason. I am the Canadian co-chair for the MSAB, joined up here with my colleague Pete Holson, who is the US co-chair. So we will be presenting the summary of the MSAB activities that took place in 2024. We'll be trading off a little bit throughout this presentation. And for the most part, most of the information that we'll be covering will also be discussed in more detail in Dr. Hicks' presentations tomorrow. So we'll do our best to answer any questions that folks may have today, but if we can't, it'll likely be covered tomorrow. So MSAB had a very busy year in 2024 with 2 meetings and an ad hoc meeting as well. So if we could go to the next slide, please. I can do it. I can do it. Never mind. So in terms of membership, the MSAB has had quite a few membership changes in the past year. So I'll quickly go through these. MSAB is composed of commercial harvesters, First Nations and tribal fishery representatives, processors, recreational harvesters, and government agencies. So for commercial harvesters, there is a maximum number of 8 for the board. Currently, there are 7 members and 2 new members joined in 2024 as Linda Bankin and Michelle Conrad from the US. For First Nations and tribal fisheries representatives, there's a max of 4. There are 3 members with 1 new member having joined in 2024, and that is Emily Fitting. For processors, we have 2 processor members with a max of 4. For recreational fisheries, max of 4 from each contracting party. Currently, there are 4 members and 1 new member joined in 2024. That is Michael Fowler from Canada. And then lastly, for government agencies, there's a max of 4 for each country. We have 7 members and 2 new members in 2024, one of them being myself, and then the other one being Lynn Mattis. So the first meeting of MSAB took place on May 2024 from the 1st to the 3rd. This was MSAB 19, and it was hosted electronically as a virtual meeting. At this meeting, I was nominated and elected as the Canadian co-chair, taking over from Adam Kaiser, which are some very big shoes to fill, but I am trying my best. And the focus for this meeting was primarily on objectives and the MSc program of work for 2024. This meeting also recommended an ad hoc meeting of the MSAB, which would have been the 4th one since MSAB was created. And this took place on July 18th. And this was to discuss the objectives in a bit of a smaller group and in a bit more detail. So out of MSAB 19, here we've highlighted 2 of the paragraphs from the report regarding the objectives. So the first being that while the estimated stock status of Pacific halibut is above a relative spawning biomass of 36%, and this is a priority objective of the Commission. The FIS WPUE, the weight per unit effort, the commercial WPUE, and estimated absolute spawning biomass are at their lowest observed values that we've seen in many decades. So as such, the MSAB had noted this and recommended developing an objective and identifying a management procedure that addresses the current circumstances and differences in the perception of the stock. Additionally, the MSAB had also requested that outreach materials be developed by the Secretariat, and this synthesizes the effect of PDO, or Pacific Decadal Oscillation, via recruitment on the coastwide and regional stock dynamics. So essentially how the environment is affecting recruitment and a relative effect in terms of fishing, in interpretation consequences of the outcomes. So this was presented as a poster at Annual Meeting 100 last year in Anchorage, and we're currently completing some brochures for this as well. I'm not sure how many we have available right now, but we are working on this and working on wrapping it up. And at this point, I will pass over to Pete.
All right, thanks, Gwen. Yeah, so as she mentioned, this is a busy year for the MSAB. We had 2 meetings, and I'm up here to talk with you about the second meeting that we had. This is a virtual meeting that was held towards the end of October of last year. This one focused in on some recommendations that related to the objectives and a reference management procedure. It also considered the draft harvest strategy policy. So one of the first, if I can switch the slide here. Okay. So the first recommendation that came out of this meeting involves essentially the term optimize, which is a very vague term. This was noted by the SRB as well. The vagueness kind of translates into not being able to quantify what that would mean. So the recommendation here is to change that term optimize to maximize in the third priority objective here. So the current objectives are shown over there on the right-hand side of this slide. They're in order of priority. One is to maintain spawning biomass above a limit. The second is to maintain spawning biomass above a threshold. And then the third one is what this deals with, which would be to maximize the average yield. And then the other recommendation is that this priority objective would be considered alongside the fourth objective, which is to limit the annual changes. Alan will speak a bit to this tomorrow, but the idea is that you're optimizing these two where you're maximizing yield while minimizing variability. Okay, so these ones here, the first one is a note from the MSAB, and this is talking about having a coast-wide TCY that's above some threshold. And this note is useful for several reasons. First is that it's a meaningful limit to stakeholders. Through the process of understanding what this threshold would be, it could arrive us at a TCY that is necessary for economic viability and can be used as a proxy for maintaining our catch rates, which then translate to some spawning biomass above a threshold. Second here is talking about the relative spawning biomass at 36%. And this one is useful for a number of reasons. The first being that it can separate the fishing effects from environmental effects when you're evaluating it. This relative rate would change with the changes in productivity. It would be to define a relative biomass to be at or above this level. And it's also based on a proxy for maximum economic yield, which is often an important thing for fishery certification agencies. So here we're talking about the assessment frequency, and the recommendation that came from the MSAB was to kind of dig into the 3-year cycle effect, assessment frequency that would synchronize with a full stock assessment frequency that we currently are following. Down below, you'll see some illustrations of what this could look like if it were picked up to next year, in which we'll have a full assessment. The intervening years in 27 and 28 would follow some index for the FIS and adjusting TCEY from there. And then in 29, there would be another full assessment. The second one in the top bullet there is that you would increase the SPR from 43% to 46%. So from the MSE evaluations, looking at this triennial stock assessment frequency, some of the results were that it may increase the median coast-wide TCEY while reducing the interannual variability in this TCEY. This lower fishing intensity would also reduce probability that the spawning biomass would dip below that which was estimated to be in 2023. Here is a request from the MSAB to look at some more performance metrics or some statistics that would allow us to evaluate the performance of the triennial assessment frequency and the changes in TCEY. The second is noting that the increased uncertainty based on the different FIS designs that are being employed and recommended, what it did was that it tended to decline the median coast-wide TCEY through the MSE evaluations. And the MSAB requested that further evaluations be done in this to understand what is going on there, especially as there's a monetary value being attributed to the FIS design. And then in this recommendation, the MSAB asked for further evaluations for the triennial assessment frequency, and more so in the second one is what rules you would use in those intervening years, what empirical estimates would come out to follow the FIS to determine what the TCEY would be. And that this would also consider constraints on the changes in the TCEY in those intervening years. For example, a maximum change of 15% or slow up, fast down, or some other type of approach. Okay, and I will hand it back over to Gwen to finish up the presentation.
Thanks, Pete. Okay, so moving right along, as folks are aware, topic of harvest strategy policy has been quite a popular one this past year. And originally, the plan or the goal was to have the harvest strategy policy in a spot where it could be considered for adoption by the commission at this annual meeting. However, after conversations at this past interim meeting in November, it was noted that that some more work in the workshops would likely have to be done. So as of now, we are recommending, MSAB's recommending that Commissioner consider endorsing the harvest strategy policy, noting that changes may be made to it in the future as more research and evaluations are completed. So the plan is to have a few workshops in the next few months, and then likely have an intersessional meeting to review and hopefully adopt the harvest strategy policy. So that was it for us for this year, but what is on the dock for next year? So MSAB 21, MSAB had recommended that the 21st session be held in the first half of May 2025. Should take place over 2 to 3 days and be in person or at least hybrid if possible. And as you can see by the photo on the screen, the dates have been decided as May 13th through 15th, and the location is set for Juneau, Alaska. So we'll be heading to Juneau in May. So we've thrown a lot of information at you. A quick summary of MSAB meetings in 2024. We had 2 very productive meetings, had put forward recommendations on objectives, on updating the reference management procedure, recommendations on future MSE work, have provided support for the harvest strategy policy document, and we have scheduled our first meeting of MSAB in 2025 to take place in Juneau from May 13th to 15th. So that concludes the report of the MSAB, and at this point, Pete and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Gwen, and thank you to both co-chairs for presenting this MSAB report. Commissioners, do you have questions? John?
Thanks, Mark. I do have a question back on slide 7, and I think this is for Pete, or at least Pete was presenting that slide. I raised this during the interim meeting, and I'm still a bit tripped up over this. In the report from MSAB 20, and here on slide 7, it notes this recommendation to switch to maximize coast-wide TCEY rather than optimize. And I guess I'm troubled by that not being linked in some way to sustainability or MSY, so something along those lines. Granted that optimize is not a clear term, as you noted in the presentation, but at least optimize implies a need to balance resource use and conservation, whereas maximize does not. So I'm wondering if you could shed any light on MSAB's debate around that issue and put me at ease in that concern.
I'm not sure if I can put you at ease with that. I think what I'm going to do, so I think optimize is, again, very vague term, but you'd make a good point that in terms of management and balancing both fishing and conservation concerns, that optimize has been used frequently. I think what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to pass that off to Alan. He's got a few slides on his presentation tomorrow where he speaks to these 2 priority objectives and kind of relates that back to the concept of optimization being the balance between these 2, where you maximize yield, but at the same time minimize variability.
Yeah, fair enough, and happy to have further discussion about that tomorrow when Alan is in front of us. The concept that I'm thinking of is something along the lines of maximize TCEY while adhering to principles of sustainability, something that acknowledges that balance more explicitly.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John, and thank you for the response. Any further questions? Robert, go ahead.
So I think my question goes to Pete in this slide, under B, where there's a threshold that's not identified, but I'm going to assume we're currently under that threshold. So on the last slides, it suggested a maximum way to regulate that. I assume if you're not meeting this threshold reference, is no more than a 15% down. Is that what was discussed? Is that coastwide? Is that by area? How was that discussed?
So in my recollection, we were talking about a coastwide, but that 15% limit was one idea of perhaps several that could be evaluated to limit what the variability would be in terms of TCEY changing from one year to the next. The other, in that discussion, we were talking about what would happen in the intervening years if there were a triennial assessment frequency, and limiting, if you were just to follow the FIS up and down during those intervening years, of limiting the potential variability from that.
So two more questions on B. Was there a discussion that we are currently below whatever reference point they think we need to be at?
I do not recall.
And then the last one, it says limit annual changes in the coastwide mortality. I've been coming to these meetings since '76, and they've always changed the mortality limit. So they want a constant yield. Can you expand a little bit more what their thinking is once you get to a certain level that we don't go above a certain harvest limit?
I'm not sure if the desire is to have a constant TCEY, but I think the idea is that having a TCEY drop or increase by, say, 20 to 30% would be something that they would want to avoid.
Okay, thank you.
Neil?
I'm just thinking about John's question a bit, and maybe you can help us with a bit of clarification on it. I had understood that I think some of your sentiment, which I would share, about this proposal for maximization is addressed by the fact that the objectives here are hierarchical, right? So the first and second must be met before you can go on to maximize what is available as a TCEY. Am I right in that? And does that go some way towards addressing Commissioner Curlin's question or concern there?
Yes, you are exactly right.
Okay.
And that's a very good point that I could have brought up, is that first you are above B20. Second, your threshold is at B30, under the 30-20 rule that we're currently under, and then maximize and minimize variability.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further questions on this? Recognizing that we're going to have, I guess, further opportunity over the course of presentations by Dr. Hicks and Dr. Stewart to probe on certain aspects of this. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Moving on to the next agenda item. This is agenda item 3.5, the reports of the IPHC Scientific Review Board, and we have the chair, Dr. Sean Cox, who's going to come up and present that item to you. So over to you, Sean.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me back again this year. I know you keep inviting me back, so this must be going okay. It was an interesting discussion there about maximization of yield, and now I know that Commissioner Davis has been paying attention for a long time now. He's got that exactly right. Maximization under constraints is the, what you would treat that as, and you could easily revise that objective to be maximize average coastwide yield subject to, and then you give a few constraints there. One being that the biomass is maintained at or above BMSY and things like that. So that would deal with that and give the scientists something to work with versus optimize. And so I can probably skip that slide when I come to it in our recommendations, but I'll get to it a little more later. So this year, we're operating under a bit of a shorter SRB. Normally, we aim to have 4 members. We have 3 at the moment. Myself, Dr. Olaf Jensen from the University of Wisconsin, and Dr. Anna Kuparainen. For those of you that were in Anchorage last year when we tried to figure out how to pronounce that, it was the University of Jyväskylä in Finland. So we meet twice a year, once in June, where we focus on the research that's going on in the Secretariat, and in the fall, in September, we have a meeting that focuses mainly on the FIS and the stock assessment, and as well as the MSE. So at our research meeting, it started off with some comments from the observers, who generally bring forward concerns and questions from commissioners. And one of them was, I'm kind of paraphrasing here, but it's, should decisions be more precautionary under a reduced FIS? And our response to that was, well, if you provide the MSE with a specific set of objectives and let it run, that should be where you get those answers. Basically, what we're dealing with is a system that involves the Pacific halibut stock, but all the other things that are going on. The FIS is collecting information on the stock, depends on what the stock assessment is doing, how decisions are made here. For example, this week, if those decisions are repeatable under the same conditions, do you make the same decision? You have to have that to answer a question like this. If you don't, then a lot of what, well, I didn't say a lot, but some of what comes out is going to be random, and your answers won't be very accurate. So it's not easy to pull out specifically if the FIS is reduced by a certain percentage, how much more precautionary do you need to be? You may not need to be more precautionary at all. It depends what your objectives are. So the MSE is really the place to address those kinds of questions. It's a great question, and it definitely should be answered. And in here, this is the one that was mentioned before, where we noted the objective to optimize average coastwide TCY. And I remember back when I first started with the SRB in 2013, I went and looked at, I forget what document it was. It was like the mission statement of the Halibut Commission, and right in there it was to optimize yield. And that in itself, you can optimize yield from a biological perspective. What is the maximum sustainable yield? That's a purely biological construct. But you end up usually with a biomass that's really small, because they can be very productive. And at a really low biomass, you may not get the fishery you want, because your CPUE is going to be low, your catches will fluctuate more, and so on. So optimize is really difficult in fisheries, and I don't think any fishery has ever been, found to be optimal. In general, especially for halibut, there's so much going on that really nature is in control, and you kind of take what you get. Another recommendation we had was that the commission consider revising the long-term coastwide female spawning biomass target, so to speak. Not necessarily to replace it. It's fine as a long-term objective, but maybe a little bit more information could be helpful if, for example, a different percentile than the median was used. Because the median just represents the middle of a distribution, and it's not really sensitive to the uncertainty at all. That's why you use the median. But questions like the one that came up a couple of slides ago, should you be more precautionary? That has to do with uncertainty. So you need a metric that reflects the role of uncertainty in the system. Usually, fishery participants are sensitive to outcomes that are worse than the middle, right? Outcomes in the low end of the distribution can really affect people adversely. So it would be good to at least have some reporting of lower percentiles than the median. Sometimes you see when you run, say, different harvest strategies, you might see, you're looking at the median statistics and they all look the same. So in that case, some of them may be, responding to uncertainty differently. So they're quite different, let's say, in the 25th percentile or the 30th percentile, something like that. Which may be important if your business relies on certain minimum catch levels. The median isn't really, yeah, that's fine for an expectation, but you need to understand what the low end is. This particular one, I know coast-wide TCUI distribution has always been a hot topic. I'm sure it will be again. And we don't, I think everybody recognizes it's a difficult modeling problem to really, adequately represent how halibut move among regions. There's been lots of tagging studies. There's, Ian and Alan and the team have been building models and all kinds of things, but it's a difficult process to capture. So it's probably not that, if you did put it into the MSE, it would be hard to really represent very well. So what we have recommended, and I think we've recommended it before, is just to try to use what's being done now. So going to look at the TCUI distribution as it comes out of this meeting, say, and try to just reflect the way it's done, and accept that that's going to be, there's going to be some uncertainty there in the TCUI in any given region. This year, we wanted to congratulate the whole Secretariat actually for completing fairly major projects on genomics and stock structure. For those of you in the back of the room, the text says, yes, you can clap now. Mapping the halibut genome, all these things to try to figure out, is there stock structure in Pacific halibut? That's a big question. And I think the room went a little silent this year when the answer was not really. And there's not much more to do on that topic. It was pretty, it's pretty conclusive. So you don't really see that in science that often. So we took a moment there. And now we look forward to some new science and research priorities. And one of these, obviously, is, everybody's probably aware, is technology. And there are, the commission, the Secretariat has been very active in developing new technologies using AI for different purposes, looking at different ways to use all the genomics work that's been completed so far. And I'm sure there'll be some new work coming out of that. So we look forward to that. This was, well, for a long time, the SRB kind of operated in the dark as to what was going on with the logistical issues in implementing the FIS, how it needs to maintain revenue neutrality. And we were always in the dark with all that because that came after all of our meetings. And then one year we discovered that we kept endorsing these FIS designs that were never used. And so why not? And it turns out a lot of them are not feasible. So we've dipped our toe into that. And so one of these recommendations is, one of the things that the MSE could report is the economic outputs, right? Dollar values of foregone yield, for example, if you had a reduced FIS and somebody was concerned about the 30th percentile of foregone dollar value, that would generate information for sure. You would see, for example, that, oh, you're trying to save $500,000 on the FIS, but you're actually, you may be losing more than that, in long-term yield. So those kinds of things would be interesting. I know, you have economists that can help with that work as well. So here's just that diagram I was mentioning earlier about the FIS being embedded within a system. And so I've added on a little box there for the price. There's the catch that comes off the FIS and the price that's obtained for those fish. And that feeds into the sustainability of the FIS and how much of it you can do. So that's just kind of a cartoon of how you can incorporate it into the MSE work and represent it more accurately. And this one is related. It has to do with tracking, let's say, over 3 to 5 years. Long-term price predictions are really difficult. So, over 3 to 5 years, though, you could look at for example, the cumulative supplemental funding that's needed to operate the FIS, for example. So if those are, adding up to millions of dollars, you may want to start investing some of that money into other technologies that may help overcome some of those challenges. So that would just be a way to quantify, and get some kind of forecasting of what it is you're looking at for supplemental funding. And that's the end of my report. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Cox, for taking us through that. Any questions from colleagues? Oh,
Dr. Cox, in one of your comments, you said, try to reflect the TCEY the way it is done. Were you referencing the FIS? What were you referencing when you said the way it is done?
I think I meant the TCEY distribution.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Davis?
I think they're a different way. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Just a question of clarification. You had mentioned about, I think it was our second objective, considering something other than the median, and you said lower than 50%, but I think it's just a terminology issue. To be more precautionary, wouldn't we want a higher likelihood or a higher number there in order to ensure we were at or above our relative spawning biomass?
I brought extra slides because I thought somebody might ask this question. And they took it out. Okay. So if you imagine, have you all seen Alan's projections? The big envelope diagrams, the big shaded, the shaded growing cone. As you make a projection, it grows like that, right? The median is just the middle, right? Lower percentiles are down here, upper percentiles are there. So if you'd had, for example, said, well, we want the 25th percentile of the TCEY, to be greater than some number, that would mean you could do it two ways. One way would be to lower your harvest rate to get the trajectory to tilt up, right? To let the stock grow more and that kind of thing. But the other way would be if you provided more information, if you reduce the uncertainty, that's not going to affect the median. It's going to shrink the distribution. So that's a way that you can invest in information to actually improve. It doesn't improve your average, but it could improve the distribution, right? It's going to bring your bottom end up. So there's different ways of doing that. So by choosing a lower percentile, you essentially are shifting the whole distribution up as well, right? Did that work? Anybody get that? You don't look convinced.
Well, it's just in the context of the language for the objective as it exists now, I think that I'm struggling with. So I think we're talking about the second objective, which reads as maintaining the spawning biomass at least 50% of the time at or above a threshold reference. And if I understand you right, we're talking about that number, 50% of the time. But if we put a lower number in there, we'd essentially be, committing ourselves to maintaining the female spawning biomass less of the time at or above that threshold reference. So I still feel like I'm not quite getting it.
Yeah. So in that case, you may need to choose something other than B36, right? You may want the lower percentile to be above some other B%. Yeah. Sorry.
Peter?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Cox. Quick question you had in regards to reducing funding, or not reducing funding, but being more efficient with our funding in terms of other alternatives to commercial catch sampling. Are some of those things implementable like now? The technology exists currently. And I know you say there's some development costs. Do you have any idea of what those costs may be?
I think you're referring to one of maybe this close kin market capture one, I think that's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for FISP design and evaluation. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Some of these depends what it is. If it's something like trying to develop an alternative estimator of the stock size, it's been done in a couple of places now. Close kin market capture. There's been, I think, lots of discussion within the Secretariat's group about this. There's some work going on with Atlantic halibut on that. The upfront costs are in the millions of dollars, from what I understand. Right? It was like $5 million or something is the kind of ballpark. Here's what's going to cost you in upfront work to do it. And then it costs probably, it's still not cheap to do. For southern bluefin tuna, it's to do the actual close kin work each year. It's on the order of several $100,000, $500,000 to $700,000 a year. So the operating costs from year to year are comparable. You've got a bigger upfront cost. The difference is you get a pretty good absolute estimate of the biomass, which at the moment you don't have. Like right now, it depends on your model. Everything goes through the model. All the indices you have of biomass are just indices, stocks going up, stocks going down. And depending on what catch is taken out, that's kind of how you interpret how much biomass is probably there. So in that sense, you don't necessarily need to do a stock assessment every year because you have a really good estimate of the biomass in a given year. So anyway, there's lots of ways to balance all those costs so that, it may come out similar. It'll solve some problems, I think, some issues that come up in stock assessment. I think after our meeting, after our discussion, I think it's a long-term, if ever, kind of thing at this point because of the upfront costs and you need expertise as well. And, there's a lot that goes into it. There's not many experts in the world that do it right now as well. So there's some constraints in doing that. Epigenetic aging was another one that, again, it's great for fisheries that don't have great aging or have fish that are difficult to age, like sablefish, for example. But again, I'm not sure aging is a big problem for halibut. It may be done more efficiently. There's probably ways of doing it more efficiently.
Thank you.
Oh, there's my extra slide. It's just
Now it's clear.
looks
No.
just like what I was saying.
Just running decidedly off memory with regards to CKMR work too, but does it not require a certain amount of, shall we say, critical mass before such a time as you can start to pivot towards it? So we'd have to maintain parallel systems in essence for a period?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you would still do a stock assessment. You just maybe don't need it as often once it's up and running and things like that, because you have, instead of having a time series of indices, you now have solid absolute biomass points, and that dials in your model quite a bit quicker.
Thank you for that. Any final questions? Nope. Thank you, Dr.
Okay,
Cox.
thank you.
Back to you, David.
Thank you, Chair. So moving on in the agenda, we are a little bit ahead of time, which is good. We are now on agenda item 3.6. And so this is the report of the 25th session of the Research Advisory Board. Okay, so this is the first year the Research Advisory Board has been held over 2 days. Previously, it was just a single day. And the RAB had made a request to extend their session into a second day for half a day. And the primary reason for that is that the RAB was of the opinion that trying to cram in too much into their agenda and be able to digest it and bring back constructive recommendations and requests for action, primarily from the Secretariat, was just too onerous. And so this year, the meeting was held on the 19th and 20th of November at the IPHC headquarters office in Seattle. I'm just going to quickly scroll, if I can, to the recommendations at the bottom of the report. So in 2024, the RAB made 3 recommendations, primarily targeting the 2 research activities you can see on the screen. The first around or surrounding the reproductive assessment of Pacific halibut population that's currently ongoing. And then secondly, the long-running discussion and research activities surrounding whale depredation mitigation strategies. And this one in particular is that the RAB noted the research update that was provided, and some of the research that Dr. Planas and his team have been undertaking, and the ongoing study designed to identify and test new tools to minimize marine mammal depredation of Pacific halibut. Those efforts will continue into the future, funding dependent, of course, but the RAB was very supportive of that research effort. Again, the RAB was just recommending that they also have a day-and-a-half meeting in 2025. And then there were 7 requests, and these requests are really, for want of a better description, requests for redirection or modification to the activities of the Secretariat's various research projects under the 5-year program of integrated research and monitoring, and that includes, of course, the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. And so, as with past years, there was a relatively robust discussion around the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, what it does, the footprint, and the potential implications of a reduced FISP footprint moving forward. I don't intend on going into those in great detail, but you will hear from Dr. Planas in particular, as most of the recommendations are targeted at his research activities, and so he's going to address these as part of his presentation, most likely tomorrow morning. And in addition, you're going to hear from Tyler Jack, who's the acting Setline Survey Coordinator, who will talk about some of the challenges that they had on the Fishery Independent Setline Survey this year. And then also from Dr. Webster, who will present some material on the analysis of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey moving forward. What I will point out, though, in particular, is the attendance for the Research Advisory Board. We have been struggling for quite a number of years to have Canadian representation on the Research Advisory Board. We have a general call out from the Commission and the Secretariat for interested Canadian harvesters and the like to just let us know if you'd like to join the Research Advisory Board. It's an opportunity for you to not only review some of the key research projects that are ongoing by the Secretariat, but to have direct input into those activities and potentially to influence or reshape particularly the operations and on-the-ground implementation of those research projects. I'd also like to highlight that these meetings are hybrid in nature. So it's if you feel that you're not in a position to attend meetings physically in Seattle, there is also the option to attend remotely. So over the course of the next couple of days, and particularly at the reception this evening, I would encourage you, if you are interested in joining the Research Advisory Board and contributing to the research activities and their design and implementation, to come and have a chat to myself or Dr. Planas in particular, but for one of, I guess any of the Secretariat would also be very willing to help sign you up, so to speak. So with that, I'll pause, and that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't know if we have questions on this one. Nope. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. And so the last item 3.7 in this series of IPHC processes is the International Pacific Halibut Commission's 5-year program of integrated and research and monitoring. And so that's the document that's currently being brought up on screen. I don't intend on stepping through this in detail. It's more a reference document at this point, noting that we will be entering the last year and a half or so of this program and wrapping it up by the middle of 2026. As you heard from Dr. Cox, the Research Advisory Board has made a very specific request to the Secretariat as we review and update the 5-year program of research and monitoring, and I'm just seeing if yes, it is there on screen. So the SRB has requested that the plan be revised by the SRB 26 meeting, so in the middle of this coming year, to reflect changing priorities in light of major progress on biological research and ongoing monitoring challenges. And so we are, the Secretariat team and I are in that process of looking at the 5-year plan and looking to rationalize it in terms of the changing priorities of the Commission and then also funding priorities as well. And that's something we're going to bring to the Commission, to the subsidiary bodies over the course of the next year and a half for additional feedback, input, and then we'll be presenting the next full 5-year plan for adoption in 2026 by the Commission. There is one project that we would like to provide an update at this point in time, and I'm going to ask through the chair that Dr. Hutchinson come up and present. And I've forgotten the information paper off the top of my head, Basha, but you'll redirect us. Information paper 3. And so if we could have that PowerPoint presentation, it's just a short update on those activities. So thanks, Basha.
Thank you. Thank you. As mentioned, so as a part of the 5-year plan of integrated research and monitoring, we are conducting a project on using artificial intelligence or AI for supplementing Pacific halibut age determination from images of collected otoliths. And if I could have that presentation, I'll continue that. Perfect. So the purpose of this presentation is to summarize the information available on the use of AI for determining the age of fish from images of collected otoliths, and to provide an update on the exploratory work that has been done at the IPHC for age determination of Pacific halibut using AI-based model. And why are we interested in AI-based model? AI algorithms can be trained on a large data set of otolith images with known ages to learn patterns in those images for age determination. Once trained, the AI model can analyze new otolith images and predict age of the fish based on the patterns in that image it has been provided with. Using AI for age determination of Pacific halibut could improve consistency and replicability of age estimates, as well as provide potentially time and cost savings to the organizations, providing still reliable input for management advices. This project is based on approach that integrates AI-based age determination and traditional aging method for maximum accuracy of the estimates. And this is because we want to make sure we are climate ready. Training the model with inputs that capture temporal changes, so supplementing with manual ages, is increasingly important, we believe, in the face of changing environmental conditions. For this particular project, we are using what is called convolutional neural network approach. This is a type of deep learning approach. And in this CNN type of model, the layers are structured as stacks of filters, each recognizing increasingly abstract features of the data in the form of images. In this particular project, this is an application of image regression. And this is because we intend to predict age as a continuous variable because Pacific halibut is a long-living species. For interest, the oldest Pacific halibut that we have currently on record was aged at 55 years. In terms of a little bit technical details here, this particular model is an implementation of a TensorFlow with Keras libraries, repurposing Inception V3 model from Google. And this model is to some degree modeled on previously applied project to other species that is called deep otolite. And why should we think about that at the IPHC? IPHC has a very unique resource for AI training. Since 1925, the IPHC aged over 1.5 million of otolites, and all of these otolites are stored for potential use in the future. These otolites are broken in half, sectioned, and then baked later on to enhance the contrast between the growth rings. And at that stage, those otolites are pictured, and you can see a couple of examples of the images that go to our model here in this slide. And it's important to note that taking pictures of those otolites can be incorporated in the current aging process at relatively minor time added. For this particular project, we're using eyepiece camera that goes directly on the microscope, and we can take those images as a part of general process of aging. I'll move now to a couple of basic information about the current run results. The current model runs on 2,682 images. These images are split between training, validation, and test sets. And test set is used to assess the performance of the model after training, providing an unbiased evaluation of the model's generalization capability so that to see how it performs on new unseen data. And for this particular project, we resize the images and we exclude broken otolites. And the current sample includes Pacific halibut age between 4 and 41. And here we can see the preliminary results from the current run. The current run achieved a root mean square error in the test set of 1.9 and 1.94 when calculated for rounded results. This translates to correctly predicted age for a little bit over 30% of individuals in our current test sample. Additionally, we have a little over 40% of those otolites being aged within just 1 year of error. And what is really important to note here is that improvement as we add additional images to the model. In comparison, the previous run of the model, based on a little bit over 1,300 of images, for that model, correctly predicted age was for about 22% of the otolites. On the plot here on the right, you can also see how the AI-based model predictions compare with manually derived ages. In the plot here, you can see how the AI predicted ages compare with manually derived ages as a full age composition. And you can see here that the age composition between those two aging methods generally looks pretty similar. However, it is important to note that we continue to have statistically significant bias for age categories of 20 plus, but this is probably because we continue to have a low number of observations in that older age categories. Currently, only about 4% of the otoliths that we capture in the form of images are from Pacific halibut that have been aged at 20 plus. So in terms of conclusions, the ongoing advancements of the AI technology in the field of marine science offer considerable potential to enhance the efficiency of age determination of Pacific halibut from the otolith images. The preliminary results presented here suggest that AI could serve as a promising alternative or a promising supplementary source of ages for the current aging protocol, which at this time completely relies on manual aging. However, the model could benefit from further improvements by adding additional images representing particularly those older age categories in the training set. Here, it's also important to note that AI is also at the same time evolving very rapidly, and we might be adapting to new developments to further improve the results without actually the need to take more pictures. It might be just a matter of improving the models itself. But we do believe that it's important to continue with this adaptive approach and continue to partially depend on trained readers for capturing those temporal changes that the model, based on the images just from one time period, might not necessarily capture those changes over time. In terms of next steps for this project, we do continue to increase the size of the training input library. This is in progress, and we continue to add images to the model as we speak. We also working on creating a database of surface images to conduct a cost-benefit analysis of processing the otoliths for aging using AI. And we also plan to explore the use of additional spatial covariates for better age predictions in the model as a part of the ongoing developments. And with that, I will conclude my presentation with only the recommendation that the Commission note a paper that provides a summary on this project. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm looking to colleagues as to whether we have questions on this one. It's proving to be somewhat promising looking work, but Peter?
Yeah, thanks you, Basha. Curious as to one of the statements that it may not be actually reading the number of bands, or directly counting them, sorry. And so if it's not doing that, I don't know, what exactly would it be doing?
Thank you for this question. And this is a very typical question in terms of trying to explain the deep learning approach. In this type of modeling, we do not necessarily directly see how the model derives the results. The model is in a way decomposing the images into multiple layers and try to see how these multiple layers can inform the overall results. But this does not necessarily mean traditional reading the bands, because the model from the beginning does not know that the bands are the main driver of the age. It's trying to figure out on its own, based on those decomposed layers, what is in the image that is informative to predict the age overall.
Are you trying to come on to say thank you?
Yeah.
If I might, just while I look to colleagues for any further questions, Does the IPHC have sufficient older otoliths available or images available to continue to develop the training library?
Thank you, Commissioner Dell, for this question. And yes, as I mentioned, overall, we have 1.5 million otoliths in storage. So there's certainly an opportunity to do more of a targeted imaging. So far, what we've been really focusing is to make sure we capture a good range of spatial locations for this project to see how this model performs on a kind of basic level in order to understand where we should be really focusing on in terms of adding additional images. So really now that we do see those earlier preliminary results, we start to understand that really probably focusing more on those older images is something that we should be going for. But it's more, so far we've been more focusing on just taking images across the specific set of images of otoliths that we had, but we certainly can work on more of a targeting older ages.
Thank you for that, Richard.
A little bit of follow-up on Peter's question. So you're relying on how intelligent the AI is to tell you that what it needs for data, based on just showing you all these order lists to tell you that we're going to use these variables to kind of plot the aging of halibut. Does it actually ask you like, well, we need calcium contents over the years, or is it telling you what the intelligence of this AI needs? Because, we don't necessarily, may not be counting rings, but it may take some kind of, like carbon dating or calcium or oxygen levels in the order list. Is it telling you that, or are you throwing them more data, guessing at what it might need?
Thank you for this question, Commissioner Emma. And this is pretty much it. You just provide it with images, and that's the only data input that it has. This is a feature of a deep learning type of approach. And I will note that obviously that there is an opportunity to test different approaches, but I will be really cautioning and recommending different approaches because these type of other approaches require a lot of work in terms of training the model. There has been some research showing that you could, for example, ask the type of AI model to mark specific bands in the otolith. But this requires a huge initial resources to actually provide the input for training to have those individual rings being determined. So at this time, we rely more on the type of simpler type of learning that we compensate by just giving it a lot of data and a lot of images.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Any last questions? Thank you for the presentation. I think we can.
Thank you very much.
David, back to you.
Thank you very much, Basha, and thanks, Chair. So moving on to agenda item 4, and this is our fishery monitoring agenda item, and we have two key components there, the fishery dependent data overview, as well as the fishery independent data overview. So the first presentation is based on paper 07 Rev 1, and Monica Tom is going to provide that presentation. Over to you, Monica.
Hello, thank you. So I'll talk to you guys about fishery data collection and design and implementation in 2024, also known as port operations. Our primary objective is to collect representative
Sorry, you might have to
samples
speak up a little bit. No, we can't hear you.
Okay, is that better? Worse? So our primary objective is to collect representative samples from Pacific halibut offloads across the geographical range of the commercial fishery and throughout the commercial fishing period. This is to provide unbiased data to the best of our abilities for the annual IPHC stock assessment and research goals. It also enables us to provide a direct line of communication with the fishery to collect accurate logbook data directly from captains, observe changes in the commercial Pacific halibut fishery, such as hook spacing sizes and the use of swivels, and to effectively assist the fishery in using new technologies to improve efficiency, such as electronic logbooks, which have the potential to reduce costs for headquarters operations in the long term by reducing the need for double data entry for verification. And it also allows us to facilitate fishery stakeholders in addressing any concerns. That's the wrong button. I'm going to stop pushing buttons so I don't break it. Okay. So before I zoom in on port operations, I'm going to talk more about the IPHC broadly. So at the IPHC, Pacific halibut biological data are collected from IPHC's Fishery Independent Setline Survey, or the FIS, from port operations through commercial fishery landings in 10 to 12 major ports since 1995. Through NOAA trawl surveys, and that data is collected both by IPHC Secretariat and NOAA staff. Through the Alaska recreational fishery, through the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and through fisheries observer programs who provide length data to the IPHC, and that's through NOAA and DFO. Each of these entities, barring fisheries observer programs, have annual targets. The FIS targets 10 to 12,000 samples a year, which can be notably reduced in small footprint years. The commercial fishery through port operations targets 11,500 samples a year. The Alaska recreational fishery targets 1,500 to 2,000 samples a year. And through the NOAA surveys, we target 1,500 to 3,000 samples a year. So zooming back in on the fishery data or port operations at the IPHC, we set our targets for sampling to maximize our effective sample size, which reflects statistical power. This prioritizes trip diversity over the number of trips. So the number of trips and their geographical distribution, over the number of individual samples. We increase our effective sample size by increasing our access to catch. And this is directly affected by the number of ports staffed and the duration of staffing those ports. In this table below, you can see the average number of trips sampled, the average number of samples, and the effective sample size across each biological region. And you can see that the average number of trips sampled greatly affects the effective sample size. The average number of samples also decreases, but not to the same order. This can most clearly be seen between the regions, biological region 4 and 4B, where you go from 81 trips sampled to 13, and you go all the way from 629 effective sample size to 57, even though you're still collecting 1,100 otoliths. In addition to maximizing the effective sample size, we sample across seasons and time due to seasonal variations and port-specific differences in landings that influence the demographic representation of those samples. Data from each port has the potential to provide unique insights into the demographics of the stock. And I won't read them all, but below you'll see a few key items that are listed and kind of illustrate the differences that we can see between the ports that we wouldn't see otherwise, potentially. In 2024, we sampled 10 ports out of about 43 where Pacific halibut were landed. And the sampling rates are calculated to ensure that samples are evenly distributed over the landings from ports where sampling occurs, to reach our target minimums, and to manage the workload for IPHC Secretariat. So in some cases, our maximum sampling rate is a reflection of just what is humanly possible for one person to do at a landing. So who collected the data in 2024? IPHC Secretariat, our fisheries data specialists in the field, collected data and were staffed 2 Canadian ports and 8 ports in Alaska. IPHC Secretariat from headquarters also sampled in Newport, Oregon, sampling the first 2 openers of IPHC Regulatory Area 2A directed commercial, and sampled IPHC Regulatory Area 3A and 2A commercial landings in Bellingham, Washington in 2024. In addition to that, in collaboration with Washington Treaty Tribes, IPHC Regulatory Area 2A tribal directed commercial data were collected by Treaty Tribes of Washington State. In 2024, we had 9 Washington Treaty Tribes participate, which is we were really thankful for. And IPHC Secretariat also assisted the Macaw in Neah Bay, Washington, with one of their openers. Washington, Oregon, and California Department of Fish and Wildlife in 2024 also collected and mailed in logbook data to the IPHC. This is a map showing the ports where Fisheries Data Specialist Field and IPHC Secretariat staff from headquarters sampled in 2024, not including Washington Treaty Tribe data. So you can see, even though we only staff 10 out of around 40 ports where Pacific halibut were landed, our range is really encompassing nearly all of the geographical range of the fishery. In 2024, Port Operations section of the IPHC collected 10,444 biological samples, and this table shows those broke down by IPHC regulatory area. The data collected were all collected from randomly selected fish, and the data include left sagittal otoliths for aging, fork length, weight, and fin clip for sex determination. And you can see from the table on the left-hand side of this slide that some of our targets were not reached. And just to note, the purpose of these targets and the sample rates are to ensure, again, that samples are evenly distributed and unbiased, and to maximize the number of valuable samples we collect. And variability in reaching these targets is considered normal, given fleet behavior changes, staffing, and budget constraints. But we try to do our best. So notably in IPHC regulatory area 4B and 4 CDE, you'll see percent landed is slightly lower. However, we collected as many samples as humanly possible, setting our sampling rate at 7.5%. And sometimes that translates to 6,000 pounds of halibut that the staff are moving in one landing, depending on how big the landing is. So it's quite a feat, and our staff do a lot of work out there. This slide kind of details some of the costs broken down by port. Notably, though, indirect costs as well as headquarters staffing costs are not included in this table. But I'll point out a couple that look a little bit higher, and the reason why I added the month column on the right-hand side. So notably, you'll see St. Paul, which we finally got to get back to in 2024. That was exciting. The total cost is really lower than the rest, and that's because we staff it for the duration of the active fishing period. So 2.5 months versus 9.5 months for some of the other ports. And so the cost per month is actually pretty high, and that's due to the remote location, and because the costs for things like travel and training are not smoothed out across 9.5 months. And then for Dutch Harbor, it's notably higher per month due to prohibitive housing costs. In St. Paul, we're lucky enough to have a collaboration with NOAA where they provide free housing. So that might go up at some point as well. Also knowing that Dutch Harbor and St. Paul are IPHC regulatory area 4A, 4B, and 4 CDE, which are the highest priority data. So for IPHC port operations, the data collected and processed prior to 30 October of 2024 were used in the 2024 Pacific halibut stock assessment. Any data processed after that are still very much useful and will be used in the 2025 IPHC Pacific halibut stock assessment. And another plug for that link for the data interactives is it's pretty great what you can see on our website. So if you have time, feel free to peruse that. And with that, the Secretariat would recommend the Commission note paper paper 7, Rev 1, that provides the commission with a summary of IPHC fishery dependent data collection, design, and implementation in 2024. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you for that. Do we have questions? Not okay. I'm seeing multiple questions. I'm going to start with John.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Monica. I appreciated your highlighting the value of the connections with the fishery for people getting out there and being on the docks and interacting with harvesters and so forth, and the comprehensiveness of trying to reach so many ports. I guess I'm curious whether the Secretariat has ever done a power analysis, essentially looking at how comprehensive this port sampling needs to be to get the data that we really need, and whether there's a point of sort of diminishing marginal returns of additional sampling effort. And not surprisingly, I'm asking this from the perspective of wondering about potential cost savings. So I wonder if you could address that, please.
Yeah, not provided in my presentation, but a lot of more details on port-specific data and how it differs, and what we might lose, what can be found in the appendix of paper 7, none of which I can very much speak to without having it in front of me or spending a little bit more time to summarize. And I may ask my colleague, Dr. Stewart, to speak more on that. Sounds more sciencey than operational.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering specifically whether there's something in there that perhaps I overlooked in the appendix about a power analysis or something analogous to that really informs the needed degree of comprehensiveness of the data collection effort.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Kurland. We've done several kinds of power analyses on these data. The challenge that we have is that they are incremental. So we put somebody in a port and we have data from that port. We don't have somebody in that port, we don't have data for that entire port. And as we've dug into these, the data specific to each port, as Monica noted, what we found is that the properties, the demographic properties of the data that we get from these ports changes over time throughout the season and across ports, and even for the same regulatory areas. So some of the figures that you'll find in the appendix show that, for example, the fish that are caught in 3A and landed in Southeast Alaska look like different fish than the fish that are caught in 3A and landed in 3A. And so what that means is that as we think about removing a port from the design, that creates the potential for bias, just like it does in the set line survey when we remove an area. And so there's a challenge in that we can't necessarily define how big that bias is going to be, because those things are not the same every season. But we do know that we have trimmed back the ports to the point where removing another one will almost certainly change the properties of the data that we're collecting. Thinking about it in a totally different way would be with regard to, for example, our otolith targets. And there we've done what you'd consider more of a formal power analysis, where we've actually evaluated the effective sample size that we're getting per fish and per sample collected, and how that translates into statistical power in the stock assessment. And based on that information, we've actually reduced the sampling targets over the last few years to maybe better optimize our collections, or at least the amount of throughput that we have to have through our aging lab. So we have two ways to reduce that. One is to reduce the number of samples collected in the field. The second is to collect those same samples in the field, but to not age them all when they get back to the office. What we've found there is that once we have staff in port, there's really no savings to collecting fewer otoliths than we're collecting right now, because we already have a person there. They're already getting the logs. We don't really gain anything by collecting fewer otoliths. And so what we've done instead is to reduce the number of otoliths that we read when we get them back. So for the areas that we're getting the largest numbers, we've reduced that back in our aging lab, where we still have the option to age those fish at some point in the future.
Yeah, thanks. That's helpful. So just to be clear, I wasn't envisioning like cutting the number of ports in half permanently, or collecting half the data every time a sampler is in port, but wondering more about something like a rotational scheme, where you might sample a given port every 2 or 3 years rather than aiming to do it every year.
Yes, and I thanks for the question. I think we have considered that. In fact, you probably recall that we did that with Juno just a few years ago when we had to. That was the port that we decided to omit for a year. I would say from the perspective of the stock assessment, if all of our assumptions are met in our data, we can get away with a little bit less than we have, but we're already getting by with less on the fishery independent setline survey side. And personally, I would strongly advise against further cuts to the overall data program at this point in time, given that we are struggling for information for the sources, primarily the fishery independent setline survey that we historically have relied the most heavily on.
Point taken. Thanks.
Okay, I am going to try and I'll just bounce. Sorry, I see you, Robert, but Peter.
Thanks for the presentation. One of the objectives that came up with communication with fishermen was facilitating fishery stakeholders in addressing any of their concerns. And I was wondering if that's ever combined somewhere where we could see, what concerns people have. Particularly, you noted later that the East had a very hard time catching their allocations. And so I'd be very curious to hear any stakeholders' concerns that are coming from there. Thank you.
I think in short, I can definitely formalize that process for you and better document it so it's easily shareable.
Okay, thank you. And just beyond that, is there anything that you did here that could answer some of those questions around why it was so hard for them to achieve their allocations?
Anecdotally, exactly what you had said, just overarching kind of concerns. Why are the quotas high when I can't catch my fish? Is overall anecdotally what I said. I don't want to provide a quote without reading them.
No, understood. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the going across. When you say logbooks, for instance, Dutch Harbor, are these deliveries or are they the whole logbook for the year? So for Juno or for Homer, there's 246. Are these 246 deliveries that you're collecting? So that's one question. And then the cost where it says total cost is from Port Hardy up. Does all of those include some level of room and board?
Okay, so the question one was how did I define logbooks in this table?
Yeah.
That's the number of trips. And so they can go to one landing and collect 20 if the boat hasn't been either turning in their data every year or hasn't been encountered by our staff in the field for quite a bit. Some vessels go into, let's say, Sitka once a year, and then the rest of the year they go to Yakutat, and we don't get that data until the following year or the next time that we encounter the vessel. So that's a big piece of what the field staff are doing. I didn't talk too much about anything but biological samples, but so for instance, when we didn't staff Juno for a year or a year and a half, I believe, when we did staff the port again, that person was very overwhelmed because every vessel had about a year and a half worth of logbooks to collect, and they're collecting, editing, and doing captain's interviews for each trip, while trying not to hinder the captain or ruin his day. And your second question was about, I think, 2A Tribal, Bellingham, and Newport with the stars, or
No,
you're talking about everything above that?
Everything above that. Are we looking at, we're paying room and board and meals on all those? Is that what that reflects a large cost of?
Actually, no, we're not. It's much different. I believe maybe you're thinking of observer programs where room and board are paid for the entirety of their contract. We pay room and board when they're not in their port or when they're just moving to that port. It's more treated like it is a contract job year to year, but it's more treated like any other typical job where they might assist with relocation expenses to and from the location, but while they live there, none of that's provided except for, I did briefly mention in St. Paul, we're in collaboration with NOAA getting free housing. So that's provided at no cost to the IPHC or the staff. And in Dutch Harbor, housing costs are prohibitive, I would say. And that I think is kind of standardly known, I hope. So the IPHC subsidizes that housing, and that's a cost the IPHC, and the staff pays a proportion of the rent in that port in particular. The only other thing we provide is some type of transportation, either subsidy and or leased GSA vehicle in some of the ports where, again, that's prohibitive or operationally potentially lower cost than not, just given that they have to transport fishing gear, smelly stuff all year.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, I think we can move on to paper 8, David.
Thank you.
Thanks, Monica. And so, Bush, please come on up to present paper 08, Rev 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this time I will be complementing Ms. Dom's presentation on fishery-dependent data, providing an overview of the fishery-dependent data. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of the 2024 Pacific halibut removals, including the status of mortality reported against fishery limits adopted by the Commission and outlined in the IPHC fishery regulations. The data provided in this presentation includes current and end-of-year projections as of 8th of January 2025, and of course this is data for 2024. So in terms of the overall total 2024 mortality, the overall estimate for all IPHC regulatory areas is 13,817 tons, or a little bit over 30 million pounds, which represents 86% of the coast-wide TCY. And I will now go over estimates for individual IPHC regulatory areas and sectors. So for IPHC regulatory area 2A, non-treaty directed commercial fishery had a limit of 113 tons or 250,000 pounds. This fishery operated under 5 58-hour-long openings, and estimated removals are at 95% of the fishery limit, 108 tons or 0.24 million pounds. In comparison, the previous year, the fishery landed 101% of the fishery limit. For the Treaty Indian directed commercial fishery, this fishery had a limit of 224 tons or a little bit under 500,000 pounds. This fishery is managed for a combination of unrestricted and restricted openers, which varied by tribe, and estimated removals are at 98% of the fishery limit, 220 tons or a little under 500,000 pounds, and in comparison, the previous year the fishery landed 98% of the fishery limit. For IPHC regulatory area 2A, incidental commercial landings with salmon troll fishery, this fishery had a limit of 20 tons or 40,000 pounds. This fishery was open from 1st of April to 30th of September with a management measure of 1 Pacific halibut per 2 Chinook plus 1 additional fish with 35 fish max per trip. And estimated removals were at 69% of the fishery limit, 14 tons or 30,000 pounds. For incidental commercial landings with sablefish fishery, the fishery limit was 23 tons or 50,000 pounds. This fishery was open from 1st of April to 7th of December with initial management measure of 130 pounds of Pacific halibut for every 1,000 pounds of sablefish, plus 2 additional fish, with this limit increasing on 22nd of October to 150 pounds of Pacific halibut per every 1,000 pounds of sablefish. The estimated removals for this fishery were at 69% of the fishery limit, 16 tons or 30,000 pounds. For IPHC Regulator Area 2B, for the commercial fishery or quota share fishery, this fishery limit, landings only, was 2,145 tons or 4.73 million pounds. This fishery operated through the entire commercial fishing period from 15th of March to 7th of December, and estimated removals were at 94% of the fishery limit, 2,008 tons or 4.43 million pounds. In comparison, the previous year estimate was 97% of the fishery limit. Including discards in the directed commercial sector, the mortality was at 94% of the fishery limit projection total. For IPHC regulatory areas 2C to 4 covering Alaska, directed commercial fishery or quota share fisheries, the limit for the fishery was 8,378 tons or a little bit under 18.5 million pounds. This fishery also operated throughout the entire commercial fishing period from 15th of March to 7th of December, and estimated removals were at 78% of the fishery limit, 6,520 tons or 14.37 million pounds. In comparison, the previous year fishery landed 82% of the fishery limit. Including discard mortality for this fishery, the mortality was at 79% of the fishery limit projection. This sector also includes Annette Island Reserve fisheries in IPHC Regulatory Area 2C. This fishery has no defined fishery limit, and this fishery estimated landings were at 17 tons or 40,000 pounds. And this fishery operated under 14 two-day openings between 5th of April and 4th of October. And the slide here shows a cumulative attainment of limits by directed commercial fishery for all IPHC areas as a sum. And in terms of cumulative percentage, the fishery demonstrated similar trends to the past 2 years up until about the end of September, and this was followed by a slowdown thereafter. However, in terms of cumulative weight, the 2024 data show that this fishery lagged behind the past 3 years, and this is shown on that figure on the right. For IPHC Regulatory Area 2A recreational fishery, the overall limit for all 3 states was 278 tons or 0.61 million pounds. And estimated removals were at 84% of the fishery limit, 233 tons or a little over 500,000 pounds. In comparison, this fishery removals in the previous year were at 86% of the fishery limit. This fishery attainment of a limit varied between states, between 53% in California to a little bit over the limit in Washington. For recreational fishery in IPHC Regulatory Area 2B, this fishery had a limit of 376 tons or 0.83 million pounds. This fishery operated from 1st of February to 9th of October, at which time there was an early closure notice. And estimated removals for this fishery are estimated at 101% of the fishery limit, 378 tons or 0.83 million pounds. In comparison, the previous year, the removals were at 102% of the fishery limit. This fishery also utilizes, in addition to the recreational allocation, fish under experimental recreational quota program. And under this program, there was estimated removals of 9 tons or 20,000 pounds. For IPHC regulatory areas 2C to 4 covering Alaska, recreational fishery is conducted between 1st of February and 31st of December. And this recreational fishery can be separated into unguided and guided fishery. The unguided sector initial projection was 943 tons or 2.08 million pounds, and estimated removals were at 91% of the fishery projection, 861 tons or 1.9 million pounds. Guided sector, this fishery occurs only in IPHC regulatory areas 2C and 3A, and this fishery limit had a limit of 1,225 tons or 2.7 million pounds. And from this fishery, the estimated removals were at 91% of the fishery limit, 1,111 tons or 2.45 million pounds. This fishery also utilizes guided anglerfish program, and under this program, estimated removals were at 70 tons or 150,000 pounds. For subsistence fisheries, this slide covers all IPHC regulatory areas. The overall limit projection sum was 376 tons or 0.83 million pounds. And this fishery is a year-round fishery, and estimated removals in this fishery were pretty much out at the fishery limit projection total. In comparison, the previous year, the removals were at 86% of the fishery limit or projection. And here it's important to note that since the publication of this presentation, we have received an update for the subsistence fishery in IPHC regulatory area 2A. So this will be reflected in the next, it's already reflected in the fishery limit report, but it will be also reflected in IPHC regulations, because this particular number drives some of the allocations based on the TCY for 2A and how these are translated into regulations for a 2A catching plan. And the update for the IPHC regulatory 2A subsistence fishery is currently at 14,800 pounds. For the non-directed commercial discard mortality for all IPHC regulatory areas, this fishery projection overall was 1,297 tons or 2.86 million pounds. This fishery occurs year-round, and estimated removals were at 85% of the fishery projection, 1,105 tons or 2.44 million pounds. In comparison, removals in the previous year were at 78% of the fishery projection. So in terms of mortality reported against fishery limits and mortality projections by IPHC regulatory areas, you can see the attainment of those limits varied considerably between IPHC regulatory areas, anything between 32% for IPHC regulatory area 4B to 98% for IPHC regulatory areas 2B and 2C. The next table summarizes some mortality by sector, and this varied between 83% for the directed commercial sector to 100% for the subsistence fishery. And it's been a lot of numbers, I know that, but I'm happy to answer any questions on all those values. Thank you very much. And of course, the final recommendation is to note the paper with all those values. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I'm guessing we have questions. Yep. I'll go Peter, then I've got John.
Thanks, Basha. One of the things I saw looking at slide 14 was in regards to the U26 and what the projections were and what the reality of mortality was. They were significantly higher. Delving in a little bit, it looked like specifically in the Gulf of Alaska, it was, significantly higher than was projected. Do we have any idea, understanding, is it a behavioral thing or is there a lot of small fish on the grounds? Do we have any idea why that projection was out so much?
Thank you, Commissioner Degree, for this question. My understanding that this is reflecting a lot that size distribution within the stock, but I will note that the non-directed commercial discard mortality component is a value that is provided to as a part of building in the stock assessment. So I'm sure Ian or Dr. Stewart can provide additional details on specific estimates.
Thank you.
Actually, I might have something on that point, and invite Kurt Iverson to correct me if I'm mistaken, but my impression is that in the Gulf of Alaska, we had to close the pollock fishery because of salmon bycatch, and that resulted in a bit of a redirection of effort to other ground fish, which put more pressure on flatfish, which resulted in more bycatch than what they've had in the past.
Okay, thanks.
And go over back to you, John, for your question.
Okay, thanks. I didn't have a question per se, but more of a comment. In noting review of paper 8, the sections dealing with non-directed commercial discard mortality, some of that information is outdated for the U.S. Recycling essentially cut and paste of some text from previous year's papers that I believe U.S. advisors have repeatedly pointed out. Some of those sections are incorrect. For instance, on pages 13 and 14, it discusses 2021 observer coverage rates that are no longer accurate, especially now that the trawl trawl electronic monitoring program is in place. We do have low observer coverage in some strata for fixed gear and no coverage for vessels under 40 feet, small vessels. But the amount of halibut bycatch mortality in those groups is really very low, and those small vessels are responsible for less than 1% of the ground fish catch. I noticed that these inaccuracies were picked up in Canada's contracting party report, in particular in the appendix from British Columbia, which conveys these misperceptions about the comprehensiveness of U.S. monitoring efforts. So I'd really urge the Secretariat to work closely with U.S. advisors to update and correct those dated sections of paper 8 to make sure that those errors are not carried forward in next year's data overview papers. Thanks.
Go ahead, Dale.
Dr. Hutchinsack, you gave us a very tidy summary in the presentation. Thank you. I was just digging in a little bit to the catch stats. You had them summarized for all of Alaska, but when you kind of break it out, the story is very different in terms of, the proportion caught by area. And I'm sure we're going to talk more about this over the course of the week, but maybe can you just give me a bit more visibility around the story for all the portions of Area 4 where the percent of TCEY attained? I think it varies from 63 down to 32%.
That's correct. So if you look at the slide 14, are you interested in overall mortality or the commercial sector only?
I'd be interested in sort of the directed fisheries story.
Mm-hmm.
The non-directed stuff is something separate, which we can also talk about, but maybe we can start with the directed.
Commercial. Mm-hmm. Well, so obviously this is reported based on the data that is available to us. So it is based on specific tickets for the Alaska, and the data reflects the attainment of the quota by those regulatory areas. I don't have much additional information as to why specific areas had lower attainment of those quotas to provide as a part of this presentation. I think it's more reflecting of the availability of a fish and the resulting actions of fishermen and people on the water, how they in their decisions in terms of how to pursue their quotas available.
Are you projecting it all through year end, or are you still waiting for some proportion of logbooks to be submitted? I can't recall.
The commercial estimates in this presentation, they reflect more of a ticket data. So they include the overall full fishery, all the landings. We do use logbook data to supplement our information on the more of a how the fishery is conducted. So the more direct locations, gear used in those fisheries and all. But the logbook data is a part of that goes more to the stock assessment. This presentation is focused on the landings that we have a full accounted, they are fully accounted.
Did you want to explore that further or no? Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Dr. Wilson, I note we're ahead of schedule.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We do have one more paper under this agenda item 4, and so we could probably squeeze that in comfortably before the coffee break if you're willing to. Great. So if I call up Tyler Jack to present paper 09, which is the IPHC Fishery Independent Setline Survey Design and Implementation in 2024. Over to you, Tyler.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. So today I'll be presenting on the IPHC Fishery Independent Setline Survey and Design and Implementation in 2024. Make sure I don't break this. Okay. Great. Okay, so as a reminder, the primary objective of the FIS is standardized fishery independent data collection for the Pacific halibut stock assessment and stock distribution estimation. Consistent sampling at stations year after year provides an invaluable foundation for identifying trends in Pacific halibut distribution and abundance. Biological collection further supports the understanding of this dynamic population by providing data on sex, maturity, and age. So the 2024 FIS was standardized for both gear and bait, as it is each and every year. And why is that so important? Well, the FIS provides a relative abundance indice that is critical to the stock assessment models. Standardization ensures that these indices reflect changes in the actual population rather than simply the artifacts of our survey methodology. So previous studies for previous calibration studies have opened up the 2024 FIS again to both fixed and snap gear vessels. However, only fixed gear vessels participated in 2024. Each skate set on the FIS is standardized for length, number of hooks, spacing of hooks, size and type of hooks, as well as gannion length. And for the first time in 2024, we use both chum and pink salmon to compare and calibrate relative bait success. And all baits need to be number 2 semi-bright or better, and individual baits need to be cut to 1/4 to 1/3 of a pound. And captains and field staff are expected to inspect and ensure that all bait is up to our high quality standard. So here is a map of the 2024 setline survey, and those orange dots represent the stations that were planned in 2024. And we had a significantly reduced design this season with only 525 stations planned as compared to the 958 in 2023 and the 1,188 in 2022. This season ran from May 24th to August 15th, and it ended a little bit earlier due to this reduced design, as opposed to 2023 and 2022, where it ran to the beginning and mid-September, respectively. So we had 5 vessels that participated this season versus the 8 that had participated in each of the previous 2 seasons. So stations where vessels don't meet our standardization criteria or catch is impacted by things like bad weather or depredation, those are considered ineffective and therefore their catch data cannot be used in the stock assessment. So this table here gives us a breakdown of the various types of ineffective stations that we had encountered this season, noting that we had a total of 15 stations overall deemed ineffective. As per usual, the majority of stations were ineffective for whale depredation. As indicated by the orange dots on the map, there was a total of 9 stations that were specifically deemed ineffective for sperm whale depredation. That was 3 in 2B. There were 6 in 2C, all clustered around the southern end of Baranof Island. We had a pair of stations in 4C, D, and E that were deemed ineffective for orca depredation. Those are those 2 blue dots out west. And we only had a few stations that were ineffective for reasons other than whale depredation. That included 1 station in 2B for gear issues that were of no fault of the vessel. And 3 stations in the inside waters of 2C were ineffective for sand fleas. Those are those purple dots. Okay, so as I said on the last slide, we had 15 total stations deemed ineffective. So how did we do when we compare to the previous seasons? Well, this graph gives us a percentage of stations in a given year's design that were ineffective from 1998 to 2024. That blue color represents whale depredation, and that is the predominant reason why stations were deemed ineffective over the years, especially when regulatory area 4A was included in the design, because that has the highest percentage of ineffective stations. And we did not include that area in either 2024 or 2023. However, you see a spike in the data in 2022 and 2021, the last time that regulatory area was included. Also noteworthy is we did see a significant increase in sand flea prevalence coastwide, especially in 3A and 3B. However, only those 3 stations that I had pointed out in 2C actually met our criteria for ineffectiveness. So our secondary objective on the FIS is currently long-term revenue neutrality. Now, of course, if money were not a factor, we would prefer to have a FIS design with a completely comprehensive coastwide footprint. However, we realize that isn't currently feasible. And as a result, the size and breadth of the FIS design is highly dependent on getting the most out of our dollar. So we strive to meet this objective through a number of measures to decrease cost and increase revenue. We achieve this on our fish sale process by sending a request for tender to all interested buyers in a given port to ensure that we get competitive pricing. All bids are rated against specified criteria, and we have established controls for review and approval for each of our sales. And starting in 2023, we had opened up bids to multiple ports to both increase options and take advantage of the best regional price available. When contracting vessel charter agreements, we follow a similar approach by submitting them to a bid process where all submissions are rated against specified criteria published in tender specifications. We further strive to meet this secondary objective through the sale of sampled U32 Pacific halibut. Now, these are fish that have already been sacrificed for science, and on average, we get about 19% less than legal-sized halibut. Our tertiary objective on the FIS is scientific collaboration. We took Pacific cod and spiny dogfish measurements coastwide in collaboration with NOAA Fisheries. And in years where we fish in Washington, we sample 8 rockfish index stations and participate in dockside rockfish sampling, which has been put on hold for 2024 due to a reduced design that did not include stations in regulatory area 2A. This slide gives us links to the IPHC website where you can find all of the 2024 FIS results as well as results from previous years. So as Dr. David Wilson alluded to this morning in the FAC meeting, the size of the FIS is highly dependent, or the size of the FIS in subsequent years is highly dependent on proceeds from fish sales. So the state of the FIS mostly hinges on really 2 variables that we have little control over, and that's how much fish we catch and prices. So in a revenue neutral model, if we want more FIS coverage, we either have to catch more fish or get better prices. So as we look forward to 2025, we have to evaluate how we did on that second objective of revenue neutrality. So this graph gives us what we caught this year, 2024 FIS, that's that blue color, versus what we caught last time those same stations were sampled on the FIS, that's in yellow. And any discrepancy in these two totals is pretty important because when we are budgeting for a specific year's design, we do use previous catch totals to help inform the revenue simulation. Also, while you're looking at this graphic, I would like to point out that this data is pure raw catch data and has not been corrected for things like bait competition or bait type. And in many instances, it's been several years since some of these stations have been sampled. So don't confuse this catch data with the actual catch rates in the FIS index. Also, this data includes vessels or records from vessel captain stations in 2B and 2C, where for a full day of fishing, captains were allowed to replace one station on the grid with a nearby location of their choice thought to have either better catch rates or offer some sort of advantage in efficiency. So with those included, we caught 88% coast-wide of the catch that we caught, that we had caught the last time we had sampled those same stations on the FIS. However, this coast-wide total is substantially aided by the success of those vessel captain stations in 2B and 2C, and you can really see the effect of those stations when you compare this slide to the next. Now, these records do not include vessel captain stations in 2B and 2C, and as you can see by the large discrepancy between the totals in those two regions, fishermen left to their own devices are really good at finding fish. So when you exclude those stations from those vessel captain stations from the coast-wide total, we only caught 69% of the catch as compared to last time those same stations were sampled on the FIS. So this table compares the average price we received on the FIS over the last two seasons. And I won't read row by row, but I would like to highlight the two rows that correspond to regulatory area 2B and 2C, where we actually land the majority of our fish. And in those two regions, we actually did see a reduction in price, quite a significant reduction in 2B. However, when you consider the overall coast-wide average, we did see an increase earning $6.22 this season versus $6.04 in 2023. This graphic provides the average price pattern received on the FIS from 2000 to 2024. And these historic records have been adjusted for inflation to provide a consistent basis for comparison. And as you go through the time series, there is a lot of volatility. However, I would like to point out as you get towards the end, as many of you could probably relate, despite operational costs going up, those prices, those last two seasons have been pretty sticky and have yet to rebound to pre-pandemic levels. This table compares the total Pacific halibut sales over the last two seasons. And in 2023, we earned just nearly 3.1 million in Pacific halibut sales versus this season where we earned 2.1 million. And a reduction in Pacific halibut sales is to be expected because we did only sample 55% of the total number of stations that we sampled the year previously. So some highlights from this season. The FV Kimasu shouldered all of the work in 3A and 3B, completing 169 stations in the charter regions of Albatross, Shelikof, and Trinity, and had 0 stations deemed ineffective. Also of note, we had a low percentage of ineffective stations overall, with only 2.87% this season, as compared to 3.25 in 2023 and 4.96 in 2022. And of those 525 stations that we had planned, we only had those 15 stations that were deemed ineffective. We had 3 stations unable to be fished due to being located in protected areas. So that left us with 507 stations completed effectively this season. The FIS did face some challenges this year. We had low catch in all regulatory areas, especially when excluding vessel captain stations. And we had variable pricing in 2024. While overall coast-wide average price is higher than in 2023, the pricing in those higher catch areas of 2B and 2C were actually still lower than last year. So before I wrap up, I just want to quickly promote our open vessel request for tender for the 2025 FIS. I want to remind everyone that all submissions are due Monday, February 3rd, and you can find all of the information, documents, the portal for submission through the IPHC website, through the vessel recruiting page. And as many of you will probably gather from the discussions that happen here this week, 4A and 4B is a high priority data collection area. So if you're interested at all or know someone that is, please spread the word or consider submitting yourself. Also, we'll be holding a question and answer session tomorrow in this room at 5 o'clock. We'll be discussing the request for tender process and specifications. If you want to attend remotely, you can just follow the same AM101 Adobe Connect link at the specified time, and this room will be open. So with that, that concludes my report on the 2024 Fishery Independent Setline Survey, and I can take any questions from commissioners.
Thank you for that overview. Do we have questions? John, go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks, Tyler, for the presentation. Not a question per se, but I'll note that in your presentation, you highlighted some of the challenges with the long-term revenue neutrality goal. And, in particular, we saw, if I'm not mistaken, the captain's stations, the results from that, as perhaps anticipated, introduced a degree of bias that, proved challenging and then needed to be discounted. So I guess I'm just raising this now as perhaps a preview for discussion. I hope we can come back to when we discuss paper 14 tomorrow on the FIS design evaluation looking forward. Really, I'm thinking the commission ought to think seriously about revising that second objective for the FIS, which is currently worded as long-term revenue neutrality. And I think something along the lines of cost effectiveness without compromising the scientific integrity of the survey design might be a better way to capture what we're really after. I shudder at the thought that we're creating perverse incentives to fish for dollars, essentially, to torque the sampling in a way to generate revenue to cover operational costs of the survey. And, desperate times call for desperate measures, but we don't want to compromise the scientific integrity of the survey. So again, just bringing this up now to perhaps get people thinking about that concept in advance of the discussion tomorrow afternoon on paper 14. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I think that pretty well sums up reflects how a lot of us feel about it. So yeah, that was put very nicely. Thank you.
Peter?
Yeah, thanks, Tyler. One thing I noticed that I don't think I've seen previously is discounted ineffective stations due to sand fleas. And I noticed it came up in the RAB report as well. And you mentioned that it was prevalent in, the Gulf of Alaska. And I'm just, is there some sort of rate increase through the FIS, or is this these kind of stations are discounted fairly regularly? I just have missed that.
Yeah, so that's a great question. Thank you, Commissioner. And I think it's not actually very common to actually throw out stations for ineffectiveness. We have for sand fleas. We have a very strict criteria for sand fleas, actually, and that includes for it to be thrown out or be deemed ineffective, we actually need to be witnessing halibut falling off of the line as it is coming out of the water, so that we can say, well, it's not really representative of the catch. And the reason why it's so strict is because most of the time that already gets a bit worked out by the correction that Ray and Ian use for a bait competition. So baits are falling off the line because of sand fleas as well, usually when this is happening. So we could kind of figure that they aren't necessarily, that those baits aren't fishing when they're down there. So they kind of work themselves out in most cases, but in really extreme cases of sand fleas, like I said before, where they're actually falling off the line, then we can deem them ineffective and actually throw out the data. However, well, the catch data. However, we do give the field staff the latitude in when they have suspicion that there probably a lot of fish are falling off. We're not seeing them actually fall off, but we know they are, and it's really extreme sand flea conditions. Then they can just take a lot of notes, and then postseason, the QSI branch sits with the FIS team, and we go over each instance that we review each instance and see if it is kind of meets the criteria that we think maybe we should get rid of that data. And as you know, we don't want to get rid of data because it's expensive to go out there, and there is a lot of great data being collected. So it is a strict criteria that we have for those, and that's probably why you haven't seen much of it. But we just did see an increase overall coastwide, and anecdotally, I think around the fishery, we heard from a lot of people during the scientific review board that were saying that, or the research advisory board that was saying that they had come across a lot of sand fleas this last season. So there is an uptick somewhere, for some reason.
Yeah, thank you again, Tyler.
Any last questions on this? Okay. Otherwise, Dr. Wilson, I would note that I guess we're continuing to run ahead of our schedule. We are at break or thereabouts. So I might suggest that we break as scheduled and resume at 3:45, noting that we'll pick up with, I guess, paper 10 on space-time modeling. So at your comfort, Dr. Stewart, we can proceed. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm going to be filling in for Dr. Webster this afternoon. And the first presentation, or the next presentation, is a summary of the space-time modeling results from this year's Fishery Independent Setline Survey. You'll recall that for the last 9 years, we've been using a modeling approach to analysis of our survey data. The indices that are provided each year are the O32 and all sizes weight per unit effort, all sizes being all sizes of fish caught on the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, as well as numbers per unit effort. So we're tracking both the weight of the fish, the legal weight of the fish, and the numbers that are captured. We supplement our Fishery Independent Setline Survey design with NOAA Fisheries trawl surveys in IPHC regulatory areas 4A and 4C, D, and E, and in addition, ADF&G's trawl survey in the Norton Sound area. And we have 2 years, historical years of calibration where we did paired experiments fishing long lines and trawls side by side in order to get the calibration to understand what a catch on the trawl survey would look like in terms of a catch on our survey. The other regulatory areas just use the Fishery Independent Setline Survey data. And as we've done for many years since before I've been at the commission, we adjust the raw station data to account for hook competition as well as the timing of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey relative to the fishery. For example, if the bulk of the fishery occurs before we go out and do the survey, we would expect to see slightly fewer fish than if the bulk of the fishery occurs after we do the survey in a particular year. So this model is not magic. It creates an estimate of the catch rate at all the stations in our survey design, all 1,980 surveyed stations, whether or not we fish those stations in a particular year or not. And as you might imagine, the estimates have much greater uncertainty if we haven't fished that station in a particular year. That uncertainty increases as the distance between that location and a station that we did fish both in space and in time increases. So using this approach, we create the official estimates at several different resolutions. The first is biological regions, and you'll see several slides in this presentation on that. And then we also produce the same information by IPHC regulatory area. You'll see more of that in my next presentation after this. And then we produce the coastwide indices. And our coastwide convention waters extend all the way from San Francisco Bay up to the Russian EEZ and the Bering Strait. And this information is available online. So if you haven't found the Explorer tool online, it's linked in several places. It allows you to interact and see all the results from each particular year. So you saw the presentation from Tyler just a few minutes ago, summarizing this year's survey. We conducted sampling in 2B, 2C, 3A, 3B, and 4C, D, and E. This graphic highlights, it's similar to the one you saw earlier, but it also indicates the trawl survey information that we received from NOAA Fisheries and from Alaska Department of Fish and Game. You also see highlighted here the stations that were fished off-grid as part of our vessel captain stations this year. I'll speak more to that in a few minutes. A couple things to note. One is that there was no Northern Bering Sea trawl survey this year, so there was less information in the northern part of 4C, D, and E that we have had in some recent years, but we did have the ADF&G trawl survey. You'll also note the dark colored stations on this map are places that we didn't sample, and those are pretty extensive in 2024. This was, if not the smallest footprint, very close to it. And as you'll see, this has had an effect all the way through all of our analyses this year. The greater uncertainty associated with this small footprint is leading to some challenges all across our results. So moving into those results then, this is the trend by biological region in O32 or legal size weight per unit effort. And you see the trends vary pretty substantially across areas with fairly moderate trend estimated in regions 2, 4, and 4B. Noting that in 4B, we didn't have any direct sampling this year. So those uncertainty intervals or that shaded zone around the point estimate is very wide. I'll speak more to that later on. At the coastwide level, we saw a 9% decrease in the O32 weight per unit effort, and that was driven largely by the observations in Region 3, 3A and 3B, showing a 19% decrease from 2023 to 2024. We look then into the all sizes weight per unit effort. We see a slightly moderated trend. Not as steep a decline in most areas, actually a slight increase in Region 2. Again, 4B, a slight increase, but without any direct information. So this is starting to tell us that the trend was steeper for larger and older fish than it was for all the fish combined. We then look at the numbers per unit effort by biological region. We see actually a positive trend across most of the stock, with the exception being Region 4, and the highest positive trend being Region 2 with an estimated 11% increase. And we didn't sample all of Region 2 in 2024, but we did a pretty extensive survey in IPHC regulatory areas 2B and 2C, which is where the bulk of the biomass is in Region 2. So that's a pretty believable increase in terms of numbers of fish in Region 2 for this past season. Now, there were two efforts made in the 2024 FIS to improve our efficiency and to reduce our costs. The first of those two was to introduce pink salmon into our standardized bait that's allowed on the survey. And so you can see from this graphic, there's two different colors there, and it looks like Christmas lights because it was an alternating design of chum salmon and pink salmon used across our entire design in 2024. The intent of this was to reduce our costs, our bait costs in recent years, particularly with chum at high prices, have been considerable. And this was an effort to test a less expensive bait. And it didn't work very well. And the reason why is because we caught a lot fewer fish on pink salmon. It wasn't the case everywhere. This table shows you the ratio of catch on pink bait to chum bait. And you can see, with the exception of 2C, we caught substantially fewer fish and fewer pounds everywhere we fished pink salmon. So we estimate these ratios as part of our modeling. So this is accounted for. When we show you the trends, that's as if we had fished chum everywhere. So it accounts for the fact that we caught fewer fish. But this did not solve the revenue challenge that we were having. It didn't improve our cost effectiveness. Although we've now done the calibration and we have this tool, if the price of these baits were to change enough in the future, this could be something we could revisit, probably only in 2C. It's interesting to note that the farther west we went, the worse the catch rates got with pink salmon, with the lowest catch rates being in regulatory area 4C, D, and E. So this was this was an experiment to try and improve the revenue neutrality of the survey, and we don't intend to repeat this unless conditions change substantially. The second effort we made was to introduce vessel captain stations. And so the way we defined captain stations were that a vessel that fished at least 3 stations in a day, whether they fished 3 or 4, one of those 3 or 4 could be at a location that they would select. And the intent of this was to increase the overall catch of the survey, but it was also to make the effort more efficient for the vessels themselves. So instead of having to run a full 10 nautical miles to the next grid station, our hope was that they could find a place to fish near the first 2 or first 3 stations that they had fished that day, thereby making the work more appealing and more efficient for everybody involved. At the outset, we didn't expect this to introduce a bias. We were not intending to use this information to estimate the density between the stations, but to inform the survey stations that were already in the area. However, we recognized that there was a danger of bias from this information, and so we fitted the space-time models both with and without the vessel captain station so that we could assess as to whether these would create a bias in our indices. And it turned out that they did. The skippers in 2C and 2B that participated in this were quite good at targeting fish in the general area of the survey stations, but not right on the grid stations. We saw on average weight per unit effort, legal and all sizes were approximately 13% higher at the skipper stations. No surprise really that the fleet can do better than the survey grid stations in terms of catch rates. However, we were surprised at the effect this had on the indices. And so although we saw a similar number of fish caught, those fish on average were larger and probably a higher fraction female, although we haven't analyzed those data to see specifically. But because we saw these systematic differences, when we included the information in the space-time model, we did exclude the vessel captain stations from the final standardized indices. So these are not contributing to the trends that we estimated from the survey. And just to give you a sense of how the catch rates differed, this again is all 3 of the indices that we create: legal weight per unit effort, all sizes and numbers. And you see the average catch rates for those 2 areas, both on vessel captain stations and off vessel captain stations. So this was a mixed result. It was successful in that it did increase the revenue neutrality of the survey. It did provide a more efficient design for our vessel captains on the water, less running time, less wear and tear on the boat and crew. However, because we couldn't use the data, even the biological data, because these were larger fish, we don't intend to repeat this experiment in the future. And so the recommendation from this paper is to note paper 11, and that provides the results of the space-time modeling for 1993 to 2024.
As I suspected, we do have questions. Peter?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Stewart. The question I had was about the time, like the time portion of the model, and how is that incorporated? Like how do you figure out what factor to use in determining the proportion of catch, and how that affects what you would have seen without it? If you had, it's a very convoluted way of asking the question, I'm sure, but I hope you understood what I was asking.
I do. Thank you for the question, Commissioner DeGrief. And we may have Dr. Webster online, and he may join for some answers to some of these questions as well. But I'll begin with just the recollection that we're estimating the correlation between stations. So stations that are close by tend to have similar catch rates, and across space and also across time. And so rather than have to pre-specify what we think that would be, we estimate it from the data that we've collected. So because we have a long time series of the survey index, we have many stations that have been repeated year after year after year. And that allows us to, within the model, estimate how correlated are those stations over time. If we get a high catch rate at one station in one year, how likely are we to see a high catch rate at that station the following year and the following year after that? And so we don't have to pre-specify that. We estimate that directly from the data. And it turns out that we get a little bit of information from the year before, and after that, we get not very much. As you might guess, after a couple of years have gone by, we don't have a lot of information about what's going on at that pilot station. We do have stations that are consistently higher than others on average. So they're good stations and they tend to be good across time. But this is why, as we see gaps in our design, the variance increases quite rapidly after the first year.
Yeah, so in the context of, such a reduced design, I think it looks like you did 400 out of a possible 1,400 stations. Obviously, this really affects the space-time model, I would think, right?
Yes, the space-time model is designed to fill in gaps in the survey, but we can't fill in huge gaps in the survey. And that's why we see, for example, this year in regulatory area 4B, the confidence intervals are huge because we haven't had a comprehensive survey there since 2019. And the last time we were there, we only had a small footprint. So we really have very little information. And so those confidence intervals essentially reflect what if this area had been changing at or near the maximum rate that we've seen over time over this period since we've surveyed it last.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Okay. So go ahead.
Just one more question on the use of pink salmon. And do you have any thoughts on why it was somewhat effective in some areas and very ineffective in other areas? And do things like selectivity or anything like that come into play when you're looking at that?
Yeah, good questions. And I may phone a friend here on the FIS team if I don't get this right. I think we had observations that there was perhaps more variability in the pink salmon bait that we were getting than we might see in chum. Different vessels had different challenges fishing it on a day-to-day basis. It was definitely not as durable over time. But that doesn't necessarily account for the trend from east to west. We made the observation that pink salmon may be more common as a natural prey source on the east side of the stock than they are the farther west you go, but that's speculation. It's the case, but we don't know that that's necessarily what was driving it. We had some pilot information from 2012 when we did a more limited bait study that also indicated some heterogeneity in the performance of different baits. And in that experiment, we had a pilot study that included herring, but we also included pollock in that comparison. And we saw some systematic differences in different baits in that study as well. But I don't have a definitive answer for necessarily why pinks were better in the east and fished poorly in the west.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, then I think we can allow you to proceed to the next presentation.
Okay, thank you. I'll just pause here for a second while we get presentation 11. Okay, this one's going to take a little longer. My apologies. A few more slides in this presentation. So this presentation is going to cover the data overview. It's going to recap some of the things you heard from the last 4 or 5 speakers. And then I'm going to present to you the results of this year's stock assessment at the end of 2024. And I'll begin with a brief summary of the results. Many of you heard this at the interim meeting. What we saw in the big picture from 2023 to 2024, we saw fishing mortality decrease overall coastwide from all sources. We've continued to see the shift from older to younger fish, and we're seeing this very clearly in both the fishery and the fishery independent setline survey. This year's assessment is more pessimistic than last year. We have a lower estimate of spawning biomass for the second year in a row. And it appears that the stock remains in a period of low productivity, low weighted age, and low recruitment, at least through 2016, which means that we're essentially a decade into this period of low productivity since the last somewhat larger recruitment that we saw in 2005. And I want to highlight that there have been some changes to these results since the interim meeting. Generally, when we do the stock assessment at the end of October, we use a projection for the landings and discards and other sources of mortality. The projection that I used for the initial stock assessment was too high. And we reevaluated this after the interim meeting. And it wasn't close enough to well represent the dynamics. So after the interim meeting, we redid the stock assessment, and you'll see a few differences that I will highlight as I go through this presentation. The big picture remains the same, but the important takeaway from that is that the fish that we didn't catch this year, as this discussion you've already heard this afternoon, where we came up short in many fishery sectors, those fish are already accounted for in the stock assessment. So we don't take out the fishery limit, we take out the fish we actually caught. And so the results that I'm going to be presenting to you this afternoon recognize that we only caught a fraction of the total fishery limits that were available for this year. And so again, I'll highlight that as I go along, but that is a small change from the interim meeting. I'm going to go through first the various data sources that feed into the stock assessment, and then I'll speak to the modeling results. I want to highlight here that the data sources that I'm presenting here are really just a highlight reel of the bigger amount of data that we have available for the stock assessment. The paper 11 that's linked in the meeting documents is essentially an executive summary. And if you want more detail on the data overview, there's a document, Stock Assessment Document 2 on our website under the Stock Assessment page, which provides 60 or 70 pages of more detail on these various data sets. So regional age compositions and individual age compositions by IPHC, regulatory area, sex ratios, all that kind of detail is presented on the webpage. And all updated through this year as well. So again, I can't go through everything in this presentation, but there is a lot more information available there on our website. So I'll begin with a recap of historical mortality. This goes back over the last 6 decades. And the takeaway here is that this is a highly dynamic stock. We've seen large swings in the mortality that we've removed from this stock, with a low in the late 1970s, a couple of peaks, one in the late 80s and early 90s, and then the highest peak in the time series in the early 2000s, corresponding to the best productivity we'd seen in 100 years. We also see that the division of the overall mortality among different sectors accessing this resource has changed over time, generally becoming more diverse as time went on. The farther back we go, the fewer sectors were accessing the Pacific halibut resource. And I note that with the revised estimates for the 2024 fishery, that puts us slightly below the lowest mortality we've seen since a long time ago, well before the 1970s. So we are down at mortality levels that are very low relative to the historical time series. This table shows you the projected mortality that we, based on the estimated TCEYs that were, based on the adopted TCEYs that we had coming out of AM100. So this is assuming that all sectors caught their various allocations, all the catch sharing plans were filled up to meet the various percentages allowed to each sector. And it also used the 3-year average for non-directed discards or bycatch. And so based on all of those assumptions, that would have put us just under 37 million pounds for 2024. Now, this is revised since the interim meeting. It won't match exactly some of the statistics you heard earlier because there have been further revisions since we redid the stock assessment. So here, I've retained the values that were used for the stock assessment, because I think it's important to maintain that record, but do note that there have been some small updates, as is standard practice, to some of these various data sets subsequent to redoing the stock assessment after the AM. However, in the big picture, these numbers are quite close to the final numbers for 2024. And here you can see that the commercial landings were approximately 4 million pounds less than they could have been in 2024. We saw a slight increase in commercial discards. The recreational sectors were slightly below what they could have taken in aggregate across all of the various catch sharing plans, agreements, and other components. And the non-directed discards actually came in slightly below the 3-year average, which would have put us in aggregate at around just under 33 million pounds. Again, that would be the lowest total mortality we've seen for this stock in a very long time. Now, I note that we received another update for non-directed discards or bycatch in the beginning of January, and that update indicated that the final end of year value was slightly higher than the preliminary value that we had, and there was some description noted earlier about some of the potential reasons why this came out. There were some fisheries with more activity in the fourth quarter than might have been expected in a normal year. You'll also note here that with this slight increase in the end of year estimates for 2024, that actually brings the 3-year average up slightly to 4.59 million pounds from what we had used last year at 4.42. And so recall that the Commission decided several years ago now, I believe maybe 2019, to use the 3-year moving average of non-directed discards as the basis for projections. And so that 3-year average of 4.59 is what's used to calculate the projections, which I think I will speak to you more about tomorrow. So same information. To put this another way, the blue line across the top of this graphic shows you the TCEYs that were set in each year. The gray bars show you the mortality accruing to the TCEYs. So this would be all the mortality except U26 non-directed discards or bycatch. Note that that mortality is included in the stock assessment and our estimates of fishing intensity. It's just not explicitly included in the TCEYs. And what you can see from this graphic is that through 2019, we were always very close to harvesting the entire TCEY in aggregate across all sectors. And then beginning in 2020, we've been substantially below that full TCEY attainment in all years. And that continues on to 2024. And again, I'll highlight that the preliminary analysis I presented at the interim meeting didn't show this pattern. And that's why we felt it was important to more accurately reflect the fishery here in 2024. I'll also, based on previous discussions, I'll highlight that this was seen across the stock, but it was especially pronounced in the western areas. So 4B had the lowest portion of the FCEY harvested. I believe 4A was next, and then 4C, D, and E behind that, ranging from 26 up to maybe 55 or 56% across those 3 areas. It's a very low overall harvest relative to the fishery limits that were available in those areas. And I know we had some questions about the potential causes of that. We've certainly heard plenty of reports that it was very challenging to catch those fish in those areas, but I note that there are harvesters from all 3 of those areas that are here at the meeting, and I think it would be better to hear from them directly than for the Secretariat to try to characterize exactly what was going on in those areas. But I did want to highlight that that is an important contributor to this coastwide pattern. So I'll now recap again some of the information that I just presented to you in the Fishery Independent Setline Survey presentation, but I'll pack it in and try and give it a little bit more stock assessment context. So here I've taken the coastwide trend from each of the 3 indices. So from left to right, it's numbers per skate, then total pounds, then legal or O32 pounds per skate. And I've put them all in the same graphic so you can compare the trends. And you see the trend is much steeper in the right-hand panel than it is on the left. In the right-hand panel, the legal size pounds, that's reflecting older, larger fish. And it's being driven not only by the abundance of those fish, but also by size at age. So as size at age comes down, that's affecting those fish much more than smaller fish. In contrast, on the left, we've factored out size at age. So we're not looking at how big the fish are. We're just looking at the numbers of fish captured. And you see there with a slight upswing in 2021, we've been at similar levels in terms of numbers of fish estimated to be in the water for, say, 6 or 8 years now. The caveat there being, in the last couple of years, we have had a very sparse survey design. So for example, and I'll step through a number of areas, but even this year in the core of the stock, regulatory areas 3A and 3B, those are represented by only 3 charter regions, representing those entire 2 IPHC regulatory areas. And that's why it may not seem very pronounced in this graphic, but the shaded zone reflecting our uncertainty is actually substantially wider at the end of this time series than it is if you go back to that period around 2019, 2020, 2021. So our information, we have much less precise information over the last several years. Nonetheless, what this is telling us is that the changes in the stock have been primarily in the larger, older fish. And as you'll see, this is quite consistent with what we're seeing in the age composition information, which is a strong shift over the last several years from older, larger fish to younger, smaller fish. And we're seeing this both in our survey as well as in the fishery. And I'll highlight that with several more graphics here. Before I do, I did want to emphasize again the uncertainty in our current indices. And so, as I mentioned in response to questions earlier, when we miss areas on the survey, We don't know what the actual trend was in those areas. And the important aspect of the space-time model is that that propagates that uncertainty forward. It allows us to capture that and to report it. And so you can see here the credible intervals for each of these trends. While we estimate a 3% increase in numbers per skate, it could have been as low as a 7% decrease or as high as a 14% increase. So I think that's an important thing to remember as we look through the rest of the results, is that there is this increased uncertainty in the last couple of years. On the far right-hand panel, the 9% decrease that we saw in legal size pounds, although that might have been as large as 17% or as small as 1%, we are pretty confident that we saw a decrease in the legal size catch rate last year. So we can compare the legal size catch rate from a fishery independent setline survey to the commercial fishery. We get the logbooks in the commercial fishery reflect legal size fish, and this has been a primary comparison in our data streams since we began the survey. Note that we saw a 2% decrease in the coastwide commercial weight per unit effort from 2023 to 2024. So not quite as large of a decrease. However, we had seen a much larger decrease from 2022 to 2023 in the commercial trend than we saw in the setline survey. Another thing to note about this is that when we close the data sets for the stock assessment, this occurs at the end of October. And there's still fishing going on, especially in the last several years. There's several more weeks, as many as 6 more weeks of fishing going on from when we get the final logbooks in. So what that means is that these data are quite incomplete for the commercial fishery. We also get logs after the season is closed. We also encounter boats in the spring and collect the logs over the spring. So it won't be until sometime next summer that we get the final commercial indices. However, what we've found over time is that when we collect the rest of that information, unfortunately, we usually see a decrease in the catch rate. And so this graphic here shows you the coastwide commercial CPUE, and it shows each of those lines ending in a point highlighted by the arrows there, shows you the estimate that we had at the time we did the stock assessment each year. And then the red line is the assessment from this year, showing you for previous years the final data, and for 2024, the incomplete data through the end of the time series. That dashed line at the end there, at the very lowest point, indicates what it would look like if we had an additional 5% decrease from what we saw in 2023 when we get the rest of the logbooks. And the takeaway here is that we always have incomplete information, and generally it's a more pessimistic look when we get the rest of those logbooks in. Now, generally, this doesn't have a very large effect on the results. When we have a comprehensive survey, the stock assessment models tend to rely heavily on the survey index. And this hasn't, up until last year, this has had very little effect on the overall stock assessment results. However, as I'll show you in a few slides when we get to the assessment results this year and last year as well, this trend has become quite important as the assessment is relying more heavily on this time series compared to the fishery independent setline survey. So this graphic shows you a breakdown of different gear types, different fisheries in 2A, and different areas in the Bering Sea, just to give you a sense of how, when we look in a little bit more depth across these different components within the overall coastwide index, how things may or may not have changed over the last several years. And several things jump right out. The first is that on average, we see lower catch rates on snap gear than fixed hook gear. And that's been the case historically, although that's come perhaps slightly more. Those two sources have come a little bit more into line in the last few years than we've seen certainly back 20 or 30 years ago. You'll also see that there's a lot of variability year to year. In some cases, in some areas, we see as much difference between the gear types as we see between the fishery and the setline survey. And that's not surprising because these are not the same. It's not the same set of vessels. They're fishing at different times and in different places. I did want to provide a little bit more detail on the fishery independent setline survey trends. This is the 032 weight per unit effort, and this is now broken down by individual IPHC regulatory area. And I'll highlight here. So this is the same as this information, but now it's for the fishery independent setline survey. And I wanted to highlight the trends that we saw in 3A and 3B. You already saw that the region went down, but it wasn't just one or the other area. It was both areas, with the caveat that this is only a few charter regions representing those two areas. The decrease that we saw in IPHC regulatory areas 3A and 3B, because so much of the biomass occurs in those areas, that has a strong effect on the overall coastwide trend. That's a major factor leading to that 9% decrease in the coastwide O32 weight per unit effort. I'm going to go through now several of the areas that we didn't have any sampling in 2024, because generally what we would like to do is look to the commercial fishery for more information about what's going on in that area if we don't have any survey activity at all. In 2A, we had a small amount of survey activity off the Washington coast in 2023, but we had no stations fished in 2024. And you can see quite clearly when we zoom in on the scale just for 2A that the uncertainty, the shaded area around the 2A index is very broad. It ranges essentially from the lowest to nearly the highest value we've seen in 2A. So we can't rule out that the index in 2A could be nearly anywhere in that range. Again, that's a function of the reduced survey design we've seen in the last couple of years. The challenge in 2A is that we also have a very diverse set of fisheries that go on in 2A. The tribal and non-tribal fisheries occur in different geographic areas and generally at different times of the year. And so they are really not strictly comparable, and neither produces what we would think of as a reference or an index to the entire area in 2A. And so it leaves us with some uncertainty about what the actual trend in 2A is over the last several years. The next area that we had no direct sampling in 2024 was IPHC regulatory area 4A. We had a partial survey there in 2022 and nothing since. Here, however, we have a fairly clear picture, both from the survey and from the commercial fishery, that the trends, at least in O32 weight per unit effort, are likely at or near the lowest that we've observed in the time series. Although there's the space-time model estimated a 2% increase in 4A, it's likely that that value could be even lower than it was over the last couple of years, or even slightly higher. Again, if we haven't surveyed there, we don't know the actual trend in that area. But here, with the fishery giving us some additional information, also indicating the lowest catch rates we've seen during this recent time period, I think we can confidently say that the stock is at a low level in 4A. The last area that we had no direct sampling in 2024 was 4B. I've already highlighted that we had a partial survey there in 2022, and actually the last, what I would call comprehensive survey there, was in 2019. And if you look at the confidence intervals or the uncertainty, you can see that 2019 was the last time we had a small amount of uncertainty on that estimate, reflecting that direct sampling that we had there. However, again here, it's pretty clear that this is likely to be at or near the lowest biomass that we've seen, even if it had been increasing rapidly when we weren't looking, which I think is unlikely. It's based on historical rates of change. It's unlikely that this area is much higher than it was the last time we got a good look at it. We do have a challenge here in that for both gear types in 4B, we had very little fishing. I believe it was only 26% of the quota caught. So these indices reflect very few commercial trips. And so again, there, I don't think this is a very reliable index. But in the bigger picture, I think we do know what's going on in 4B. Okay, moving now into some of the biology. So this next graphic shows you the weight of a female Pacific halibut at a range of different ages, from 8 up to 10, 12, 14, 16, and then I've included age 19 on there, because age 19 is the age last year that the 2005 year class was. And so the 2005 year class was the last year class that we've seen, the largest year class we've seen in recent years. And it's important to note that year class has had low weighted age throughout its whole lifetime. And in fact, if you look at the very end of this graphic, the red line is actually below the purple, meaning that 2005 year class, the fish that are left out there at age 19, on average, they're actually smaller than the 16-year-old fish coming along behind them. And that's partly because the 16-year-olds and the younger fish, we've actually seen a slight increase in weighted age over the last several years. However, in 2024, that did moderate to some degree. And where we had seen a fairly continuous increase, particularly for the 8 and 10-year-olds, we saw things flatten out or even start to go back down slightly for those younger year classes. Taken in aggregate, you can see how the yields have changed so much since the late 1970s and early 1980s. We have fish that are on average perhaps half or even less than half the size they were. So the same number of fish coming to the dock amounts to a lot less yield when size at age is low. If we look at the average weight of a landed fish over the last several years, the fishery has been able to maintain a fairly stable average weight despite these long-term changes. Over the bigger picture, this is corresponded to a higher harvest of older fish, of females. And what you see is that on average across the coast, these fish have been around 20 to 25 pounds for more than a decade now, with some variability across the individual IPHC regulatory areas, with 2C generally seeing the largest fish on the coast and 2A seeing the smallest fish on the coast. If we look then into the age data, so this is the age information from recent commercial fisheries. The way you read these plots is year across the x-axis or across the bottom, and age across on the y-axis. And the size of the circle represents the proportion of the catch in that year that was that age. So a strong diagonal pattern is a strong year class. A highlight here that in 2024, the most recent year we have data for, we don't have sex-specific information yet. That information lags a year. So you see we do have males and females in red and blue there identified for years 2017 up to 2023. In 2024, the largest proportion of the commercial catch was the 12-year-olds, which is also corresponds to the 2012 year class. These fish are not very old yet. We've made the transition over the last couple of years from the 2005 year class, which was quite important, say 5 to 8 years ago, to these younger fish. You'll also see quite a few 8-year-old fish in the 2024 catch. In fact, if you trace the 8-year-olds across the bottom there, you'll see that circle, that's as many 8-year-olds as we've seen in the commercial fishery since the early 1990s. See if I can get back to full screen here. There we go, thanks. So this is the same information, but this is from the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. And so here we have all the male and female halibut separated because we have that information, we're on the boat sampling instead of on the dock. You also see here that we have more younger fish, and that's because we're including the sublegal fish here that we're sampling on the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. And so this source of information not only gives us a check on the fishery data, but it also gives us a heads up on what's coming for the younger fish. And here you'll notice that the largest circles, or the largest proportion of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey catch, was the 2016 year class. So these are 8-year-old fish. And again, this is the most 8-year-olds we've seen since the early 1990s. So taken in aggregate, you might think, well, it's got to be good to see a lot of young fish. But unfortunately, we didn't see a big increase in the indices this year. And so what that suggests is not that we have a lot of young fish coming in, it's that we're trading larger, older fish for younger, smaller fish. And so we have about the same number of fish, but they're on average younger and quite young this year. These 8-year-olds are, only a very few of them are going to be mature. They start to mature around age 8, and they'll be actively maturing over the next decade. And so we're now seeing the catches both in the fishery and in the survey comprised of fish that are younger than we've seen in previous years. And in the case of the 2016 year class, quite young. And we do have one other source of information that may provide us some information on upcoming year classes. So this is the NOAA Fisheries Eastern Bering Sea Trawl Survey. The bars here represent all the catch of all the halibut that they caught on those surveys. They're divided into 3 size categories. The light gray are the smallest fish, the U26 fish. So these are going to be fish that are just perhaps up to 3 to 4 years old. And so those fish drive a series of peaks in this information. You can see that first peak back in the early 1990s was the 1987 year class. And you see a peak associated with the 2005 year class, and another at the end of the time series, which might be associated with the 2016 or perhaps 17 or 18 year class. There's a couple strong considerations in terms of interpreting these data. The first is that at the end of the time series, we don't have the last 2 years of age of otoliths read yet. And so these are ages estimated from age length keys. And so that's why I can't resolve it down to a likely individual year class. The other thing to note here is that a good year class in the Bering Sea doesn't necessarily translate to a good year class across the whole coastwide stock. And vice versa. The 87 year class was the largest year class we've seen in 100 years, but it didn't really look like all that much in the Bering Sea. Our understanding of that year class was that it wasn't just in the Bering Sea. It was there, but it was also everywhere else. It was in the Western Gulf, it was in the Aleutians, it was everywhere. And those fish grew up and they were large for their age, and they produced a huge amount of yield, over 200 million pounds from that single year class over their lifetime. The 2005 year class, conversely, was an okay year class coast-wide, but it was quite good in the Bering Sea. So those fish were perhaps disproportionately distributed in the Bering Sea compared to that earlier year class. Again, it wasn't a bad year class, but it was nowhere near the magnitude of the 1987 year class. But if we had just looked at the trawl survey data, we would have thought, well, it might be twice the size of the 87 year class, but it wasn't. We've caught those fish now as well, the 2005 year class, and it was nowhere near the size of the 1987 year class. So although this does give us a little heads up, a look at this information, it's really difficult to interpret until we start to see these fish in our fishery independent setline survey and then subsequently in the fishery. There's one other source that we also rely on, which is Alaska Department of Fish and Game samples the recreational fishery in the Central Gulf in 3A. Again, we have currently we have a 2-year lag in analyzing or reading the otoliths from this information. But if we look at the most recent year, which was 2022, we also saw a lot of 8-year-olds in the Central Gulf in that recreational fishery. Now, it's a little bit harder to interpret here because this fishery frequently catches a lot of fish that are 10 years and less in age. However, it's just corroborating, I think, what we're seeing across all these other data sets, that the stock is largely comprised of these 2 year classes, the 2012 and then now the 2016 year class. And so that's what's keeping the numbers stable in our trends, but not the biomass. The last output that we get from our modeling efforts is the stock distribution. And so this graphic shows you the estimate by biological region of the stock distribution from the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. And it shows you the range, the plausible range from each of these areas, noting that in IPHC or in biological region 4B, that range is from 4 to 12%. That's reflecting the uncertainty that we have in that survey there. The takeaway from this is that we continue to see this multi-decadal trend from started sometime in the early 2000s of a shift from the center of abundance being in region 3 in the core geographic area of the stock. We've seen a continuous decline in the proportion of the stock in region 3 and an increase in the proportion in region 2, going from about 2/3 of the stock historically in region 3 down to somewhere between 40 and perhaps 50% in the last several years, with an even steeper decline over the last 2 to 3 years. If we look at the same information in terms of all sizes, I'm sorry, this was all sizes. If we look at the same information in terms of legal size weight per unit effort, we see a similar trend with slightly less of the biomass occurring in region 3 and slightly more occurring in region 2. And this is also consistent with the observation that generally weighted age is slightly higher in region 2 than it is in region 3. Now we'll move into the ecosystem conditions for the stock. We've identified historically that the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, which is a metric that just essentially references the overall ecosystem conditions primarily in the Gulf of Alaska, but it has influences all the way down to the US West Coast. When this index is positive, here the years are shown in green. They're above that gray line down the center of this graphic. In those years, we tend to see higher on average recruitment for the Pacific halibut stock than when it's negative. And you'll see we've been through 3, perhaps 4 regimes where we had a regime up until the late 1940s of generally positive PDO, then a poor regime from the late 40s to the late 1970s. And we had another positive regime that extended somewhere into the early 2000s. And then since then, we've had kind of a mixed pattern. Perhaps we had a short positive regime here from 2014 to 2019, but it's hard to say whether that really had any effect on the stock. And we certainly haven't seen an increase in the average recruitment over that time period the way we have in previous time periods. This next slide summarizes a large amount of work. And this is probably a good time to get back to a question that came up earlier about some of the affiliations and external projects that the IPHC Secretariat works on. We're a small organization and we don't have the resources to do broad ecosystem surveys to look at multiple other species. And so the collaborations and the work that we do with NOAA fishery scientists and Fisheries and Oceans Canada, this work that we do as reviewers and collaborators allows us to get a little bit better perspective on what's going on in the ecosystem and how other species beyond just Pacific halibut are responding to these conditions. It's really invaluable for us to be able to interact with those scientists, and the Commission has to draw heavily on this information because with the exception of our own oceanographic monitoring, we just don't have the ability to do large-scale ecosystem studies. So this slide references material from 5 different reports that probably total in the thousands of pages. And I won't try to paraphrase it all here, but I will note that in recent years, we've seen less and less predictability in these patterns. Where we used to see fairly coherent trends. If the circulation pattern looked like this, the temperature did this, and plankton productivity did this. In recent years, those things have been mixed. Previous patterns don't seem to be holding up. And I think that the implication for halibut is that we really have very little predictability looking forward, whether or not historical patterns that we've seen in terms of stock productivity, predator-prey dynamics, we really have no idea whether those are going to be similar to what we've seen in the past, or whether we could be in a whole new regime with a new set of ground rules created by the ecosystem. Okay, so that rounds out the summary of data sources. Again, I note that there's extensively more material available on the website on those data sources. I'll now move into the stock assessment modeling. This is a slightly shorter component of this presentation. Just to orient you to our overall schedule, we're essentially on a 3-year stock assessment schedule. Every 3 years, we do a full stock assessment where we reevaluate all of the data sources, all the assumptions in the modeling, how we put those models together. It's a pretty big process, but it only occurs every 3 years. We last did that in 2022, 2023, and then this year again is a second update where we don't make any major changes to the treatment of the data or the model structure. We are planning a full stock assessment for next year. And as you'll see from some of the research presentation that you'll hear tomorrow, we will have some new information for the stock assessment coming for next year's full stock assessment. We use 4 individual stock assessment models to assess the stock. Each of these responds differently to the information that we have at hand. None of them are true. They're all approximations of reality. But we hope that by using 4 models, we better characterize the potential dynamics that could be occurring in the stock. It allows us to explore different ways to treat the data and different ways to aggregate that information. And so the easiest way to think about it is we have 2 models that have a long time series and have to deal with all the mess of historical data, and 2 that are focused only on the recent time period. And then crossed with that, we have 2 models where we aggregate all the data up to the coast-wide level and just create a single index from the survey and from the fishery. And then we have 2 models that keep that information separated by biological region to try to retain a little bit more of that spatial information. And then so those 4 models then comprise the full ensemble stock assessment. This is the results from each of those 4 models. You can see that historically, they provide quite different estimates of the overall biomass. But they all tell us the same big picture, which is that we had a large amount of biomass sometime in the late 1990s. That biomass declined through around 2010 or 11. We had a slight increase in biomass as the 2005 year class matured, which occurred around 2015, 16, and 17. And then since that time period, we've seen a slow decline in the spawning biomass as we have been in a period of lower on average recruitment, and we've not had another recruitment the size of the 2015 year class. 2005 year class since then. If we put all 4 of those models together, now the blue banding reflects the uncertainty reflected by all 4 of those models. The black lines in this plot reflect the results of each of the last stock assessments since the 2012 stock assessment. The red dots are the terminal estimate from each of those stock assessments. So not our reanalysis now of what we thought was going on, but the analysis at the time of what we thought, going all the way back to the 2012 stock assessment. And you can see that we've had pretty close correspondence over time in terms of the results of each of those assessments to our current analysis, with the exception being in the last couple of years. The last 2 data points have indicated a lower stock size than we estimated in the last couple of years. And that was driven, or the magnitude of that, as of last year's estimate. So at the beginning of 2024, we estimated that the stock was approximately 17% lower this year than we did during last year's stock assessment. And I'll speak to exactly why that occurred this year. And it occurred because of the updated fishery data. I noted already that we had a substantial update to the 2023 fishery data when we did this year's stock assessment. So last year's CPUE went down again, and we added another data point to the fishery time series showing lower CPUE. In aggregate, that's what pulled the stock assessment down. This orange line that I'm showing you here, superimposed on top of this year's stock assessment, shows you the results that we would have gotten from this year's stock assessment if we used all the new data except the commercial fishery information. So this is the survey, all the mortality, everything else. The only thing that's not updated in that orange line is the commercial fishery. So the difference between that and the final results shows you the effect of the commercial fishery on this year's stock assessment. And again, to recap from the panel that I showed you before, and here I'm highlighting this change in 2023. So not only did we get a new data point showing low CPUE, but we reduced the CPUE for the 2023 data point by another 5%. Now, what this is telling us is that the fishery data is providing some information or some signal that we're not getting from the FIS data. Either it's not there or it's lagged and we just haven't seen it yet. Importantly, this is not a model issue. This is a data issue. So we fit the data that we had last year, and then this year we got new data, and those data are actually lower than the data that we had last year. So this is a little bit different than we might have seen in some stock assessment models. This is actually created by the change in the data, not in the model itself. The important thing that I want to emphasize here is that this is not included, not quantified in the stock assessment. So if we were to see this type of pattern again next year, we might expect to see an effect that's not included in the results. And I will speak to that a little bit when I get to the projections tomorrow. We did do a sensitivity to try to understand this, but this is a source of uncertainty that we need to be thinking about as we interpret the results from this year's stock assessment. Okay, looking now at the specific results, these are the estimates of relative recruitment from each of those 4 stock assessment models. They're all scaled so that they're relative to the average, so that you can see where the stronger and weaker year classes have been. You can see quite clearly that up until the 2005 year class, we had on average a level of recruitment that was much higher than we've seen in subsequent years. This now highlighting the 2012 and then the 2016 year class coming after that. And so here you can see what I was talking about with regard to the age composition data, which is that we had that 2005 year class. We fished on it for a number of years. Since then, we've had lower recruitment. And while we can clearly see the 2012 and 16 year classes in the data, neither of them is as large as the 2005 year class. And at best, there may be roughly what we were getting on average in that period from the early 1990s up until the mid-2000s. And so this is largely driving the changes in productivity that we've seen in the last several years and the slow decline in spawning biomass. I'll highlight that including 2016, but especially after that, we have weak information because we've only seen these year classes maybe once or twice in the fishery independent setline survey. And it's difficult to estimate the magnitude of them until we've seen them several times working their way through these data sets. However, we generally don't see these year classes being revised upward substantially. So while the 2016 year class at 8 years old, the information is still a little bit weak, I wouldn't necessarily expect to see that estimate go up as we see more and more of that year class next year and the year after. To put this in a little broader historical context, so now this is just looking at the 2 stock assessment models that go farther back in time. These 2 models go all the way back to the late 1800s. Obviously, we have a lot of uncertainty as you get very far back in time, but we have detailed catch-it age information going back all the way into the 1930s. So at least to that point in time, we have pretty good precision in these estimates. And you can see pretty clearly that this period of higher productivity from the late 1970s to the early 2000s. Now, it corresponds to lots of changes in the fishery. There were lots of other things changing in addition to the Pacific Decadal Oscillation. But it also corresponds to this period, which I've highlighted with the vertical black lines here, of a change in the overall ecosystem during that time period as well. You can also see that this period of low recruitment that we've had in recent years, if you just trace that back in time, you have to go back into the early 1970s to get to a period of multiple years where we had this many years of low recruitment in a row. So we are essentially back to productivity from well before this most recent high regime. Now, I wanted to take just a second. This is a slide that I've added since the interim meeting, and think about a little bit about where we are in terms of the spawning biomass compared to where we may have been historically. These are the results from the two long time series models. And the first thing you may notice is that they don't agree very well about the overall amount of biomass that we had, particularly in this historical period from the 20s to the early 1980s. And the reason for this, despite the fact that we have good catch at age information, the reason for this is that we had very little information from the Western areas. And in fact, as you go back in time, once you get back before the 60s, there was very little fishing of any type going on out in those areas. And so what that means is that we don't know how connected those parts of the stock were to the rest of the stock during that time period, because we don't have direct sampling in those areas. So essentially, these two models represent two different hypotheses. In one case, in the case of the coastwide long model, those fish were generally accessible to the fishery, and as we fished the stock down, we fished the whole stock down. Even those areas that we weren't actually having boats in, we would have expected that effect of fishing to be felt on the west side of the stock. Recall, in some parts of this time series, we were catching as many as in excess of 60 million pounds from Region 2 alone. So certainly that had an effect on the western part of the stock, regardless of whether we were actually fishing out there. At the other extreme, we have a case where maybe there were some fish in that area that weren't mixing, at least on a rapid basis, with fish on the east side of the stock. And so maybe we did have a slightly larger biomass out there. And so that's what these two models are really representing, is those two ends of the spectrum. Unfortunately, we'll probably never know exactly how many fish were out there because we can't go back and collect more data for that time period. But I wanted to highlight this because one of the questions that's come up is, well, where is the biomass now compared to where we were, say, in that dip in the late 1970s? Perhaps also with regard to the 1930s, but then we're getting into a much more uncertain time period. And I would say that although we really don't know how much biomass was out there necessarily in the late 1970s, it seems likely, given these two hypotheses, that we are at least around the level that we were at in the late 1970s, and perhaps even below the lowest biomass we saw in the late 1970s. I wish I had a more precise estimate to give us a reference point from that time period, but we just don't have it. So that leads us to how we measure the current stock status, or measuring the effect of fishing on the stock. The black line across the top of this graphic shows you the estimate of spawning biomass that we would have in absence of any fishing from any source. This is all fishery sectors, directed, non-directed. And the variability here is only due to changes in recruitment and weighted age. So this is intended to reflect the natural dynamics of the stock. And so it's varying. Recruitment goes up and down, even if we're not fishing on the stock. Weighted age changes over time. And the way we get this estimate is we start back in the early 1990s and we just turn off fishing and we allow the stock dynamics to play out. So every year, the fish that we didn't catch add to the spawning biomass, and that spawning biomass, on average, will produce a slightly higher recruitment, not a lot higher, but a little bit higher, and that's the stock-recruit relationship that's accounted for in this calculation. And so that creates more recruitment, and then those recruits grow up, move into the spawning biomass, and that's how we get this time series. It's not what happened, but it's what we imagine might have happened if we hadn't had any effect of human fishing mortality on the stock. And so you can see that the stock peaked sometime in the would have peaked sometime in the late 1990s or early 2000s. And then since then, it would have declined almost continuously over this time period as a function of those large recruitments in the 1980s, moving their way through the stock and giving way to lower and lower levels of recruitment, even accounting for the fact that we would have had more spawning biomass, and also that long-term decline in weighted age. The blue line at the bottom here is the estimate of what we actually think happened during this time period. So this accounts for the fishery removals. This is a replay of the dynamics, including all the information that we have. And so we can compare these two and evaluate the effect of fishing. And if we do that for a couple key points here, if we go back to the late 1990s, This is the place where we estimate the largest spawning biomass actually occurred in the water. And at that time, we estimate that we had reduced the stock by approximately 38% as a function of fishing. So the stock would have been substantially bigger than it was in 1997. But we were not fishing the stock at that point nearly as hard as we were subsequently. The effective fishing peaked, we estimate, in 2011, when we had reduced the stock by approximately 72% due to fishing. So you see that even though the overall biomass went down, the blue line went down even more steeply. So that time period in the early 2000s, we were fishing the stock quite hard, perhaps harder than we intended to at the time. And that effect accumulated on the spawning biomass. We then look at the end of the time series. We estimate that as of the beginning of 2025, we've reduced the stock by 62% as a function of fishing. And that's because the reductions in the catch limits that have occurred since roughly about 2012, that's had a reduced effect on the overall stock. Now, as you well know, it didn't turn the trend around. We've still seen a decline in the spawning biomass, but it means that that decline is moderated. And I got a question between the interim meeting and this meeting about, well, why would that be getting closer to the black line? You can imagine that if we stopped fishing and we continue to project this forward, that blue line would slowly return back to wherever that black line was at any given time. So that's the way these estimates are created. So what this tells us is that we have successfully reduced the effect of fishing, but that effect hasn't been enough to actually make the stock trend upward. It's just reduced the degree of decline that we would have seen over this time period. So that leads us to a case where our stock status is estimated to be 38% of the stock that we would have seen in the absence of fishing, which is above our current threshold and limit reference point. However, it is estimated to be the lowest absolute level of spawning biomass that we've seen in multiple decades. So I'll say that again, our current status is at 38%, but that corresponds to an actual amount of spawning biomass in the water that is the lowest that we've seen in several decades, and perhaps as low or even lower than we saw in the late 1970s. So this line and the uncertainty here just shows you the ratio of those two lines on the previous plot. So this is demonstrating the effective fishing, which peaked around 2011. And even though we've reduced that effective fishing, the biomass itself has still continued to decline over this last several years. If we look then at the estimates of fishing intensity, you can see, so this graphic is year on the x-axis and fishing intensity on the y-axis. The higher the lines are, the heavier we were fishing, or the more intense the fishing mortality from the fisheries was. And you can see that peaked in the early 2000s. We were fishing at a lower rate in the 90s, higher in the early 2000s. And then we've brought that rate down. Each of those red dots indicates the projected fishing intensity that we had from each of the recent stock assessments. You can see those have been all over the map. And part of that is variability in the stock assessment results. And part of that is variability, as we saw this year, in that we projected a level of fishing intensity, but then we didn't catch the same amount of fish that we projected in the upcoming year. However, you'll note that these have all varied roughly around the reference levels that the Commission's been using over this time period. So on average, the Commission has been more or less around the reference value of F46, which then was transitioned to a value of F43 as of 2021, a slightly higher level of fishing intensity. In 2024, because we didn't catch all of the fish that were available to the various fishery sectors, we estimate that this fishing intensity actually declined, and we estimate an SPR of 49% for 2024. So we're actually fishing below what we think would be long-term sustainable levels of fishing intensity. However, we're doing it at a very low spawning biomass. And so at this level of stock productivity, we would continue to see the stock decline under levels at and around this fairly conservative level of harvest. I'll speak more to that tomorrow in the projection presentation. We provide this summary table, which gives the various reference points and trends and status. I've spoken to all these points, I think, already as I went along. And so I'll finish by just summarizing the salient results from this year's stock assessment. We did see that decrease in fishing mortality. We are seeing this continued shift from older to younger fish, and this is having large implications for the fishery, as well as our fishery independent setline survey. As I mentioned, we estimate that the indices and the biomass are at or very near historically low levels. This year's stock assessment is lower than last year, and we appear to be remaining in this low productivity regime. Despite being above our reference point of B30 and having our fishing intensity below our reference level of F43, we are continuing at this low level of productivity for the last several years. And with that, the recommendation from this presentation is to note the paper 11 and also note that I'll be presenting the projections, harvest decision table, and additional information for the commission tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I'm guessing we have questions on this, colleagues. Commissioner Kurland.
So many questions. Sobering. Thanks very much for the presentation. Really appreciate it. Let me start with decreased weighted age. And I'm wondering if you can touch on sort of the implications of that in comparison to the decrease we're seeing in weight per unit effort. I think the metric that stands out to people is the weight per unit effort of legal sized fish from the FIS. But how should the commissioners be viewing that in conjunction with the decreased weighted age?
Yes, thank you for the question. We actually, the SRB several years ago recommended that we do an analysis where we try to partition weighted age and recruitment variability into their effects on the stock. And it turns out, you see this in the management strategy evaluation results as well, they're both very large contributors. They both contribute over somewhat different time periods. They both contribute to the trends. Unfortunately, with weighted age, as we understand it, we don't have any direct control over it. It appears to be a feature of the Pacific halibut stock. I would acknowledge that if we had started our time series in the late 1970s, we might have concluded that, well, we fished the stock and weighted age goes down. Maybe it's very closely related to fishing. That's certainly been documented for some other fish stocks. The confusing part of that is that when we go back farther into the time series, we see that weighted age was actually increasing from the 1930s through the 1970s. And as we've reconstructed it, we understand we were fishing the stock quite hard during that time period. And so it doesn't appear to be easily explainable as just an effect of fishing. There was some extensive work about 25 years ago now that indicated that it might be related to density dependence, that when the stock was large or numerous, that weighted age went down. However, we've seen a pretty big change in the numbers of fish and the abundance over the last couple of decades, and we've not seen a very strong response in size at age. And so that density dependent hypothesis doesn't seem to be holding up in recent period. I think our best biological understanding is it's probably a complicated mix of factors, and that's why we've been unsuccessful in identifying any of them. But the implication is that it changes slowly. And so in terms of our management, I think we should be prepared for continued low weighted age for perhaps even decades.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Second question has to do with Area 2A, and you touched on the uncertainty there and the observed difference between the tribal and non-tribal fishing effort. It was in slide 12. And I'm wondering if there's anything more you can say about that to help us think about, recognizing we've got some uncertainty because there was no FIS there this year, but seeing that the non-tribal fishery was up, the tribal was down. How should we be thinking about this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that 2A represents a very small component even of biological region 2. And over the last decade, we've come to an increased understanding that within biological regions, there's a lot of exchange of fish. We've seen tagging experiments, even some very recent tagging work showing that these fish are highly able and do move across and within a biological region during the calendar year. So I bring that up because I think that rather than focusing necessarily on the specific trends in 2A, which honestly are pretty uncertain. We don't have a clear source of information that I would say would reliably tell us the trend in 2A. I think we should step back and look at the overall trend in Region 2 and consider that 2A is a fairly small fraction of that overall biomass that we believe is really generally a common pool. And even during the fishing season, probably these fish are mixing extensively to the north and across all of Region 2. And so with regard to the specific trends in 2A, I think probably the regional trend for Region 2 is a good proxy for what's going on. And I note that that's got the best trends that we've seen on the coast in recent years. So although we have some uncertainty here, I don't see an immediate level of concern for 2A. And I do note that we're anticipating a pretty good survey in 2A, based on the supplemental funding that was provided for us for 2025. So we should have some better information next year.
Yeah, we do have that to look forward to. I guess, and I appreciate your response there. I guess I'm having a little bit of trouble reconciling it with what you pointed out about the diagram on the left, where the confidence intervals are so wide that essentially we could be anywhere within the time series of what's been observed. So that seems to suggest we ought to be a little bit cautious about what's happening in 2A.
Yes, in terms of the 2A specific dynamics, we don't know where the trend is, but we do know that 2A is at the end of the migratory pathway for Pacific halibut, and that there's extensive mixing across Region 2. And so, I think there's definitely room for concern based on just on the uncertainty, but I'd say the overall trends in Region 2 remain as positive as we see on the coast.
Yeah. Okay. I'd like to turn to Region 3, and obviously big decreases observed there. And I struggle a little bit with how to frame the question, but recognizing that we have had fairly limited sampling in terms of the overall geographic coverage in 3A and 3B, I wonder if you could speak to how well the space-time model fills in to compensate for that, and recognizing that we've had that limited coverage, but the decreases there are, they stand out, and that's where the bulk of the biomass is. So what should we be thinking about in terms of how we consider what the space-time model is telling us versus what we're seeing from the actual data?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I divide it into two parts. One would be space-time model in particular, and the second would be what other information do we have to evaluate 3A and 3B. I think that we are at the limits of what we can expect the space-time model to estimate for us when we're only sampling 3 charter regions out of an entire, what is a large biological region. So I think that the trend is reasonable, but granted, this is a very limited sample, and to the degree that we could have seen different trends had we sampled farther east in 3A or farther west in 3B, I think there's quite a lot of potential there. However, I'm somewhat reassured by the trends in the commercial fishery for 3A and 3B. I'm not reassured, and maybe disappointed is a better word, but both of those have shown pretty strong decreases that are consistent with what we're estimating, at least over the last several years. Both of these areas have shown a 2 or 3 year decline pretty steadily in catch rates, and that is pretty consistent with what we're seeing from the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. So I think that we are getting a legitimate signal there, but maybe not because of the space-time model, maybe just because we've got another source of information to corroborate that.
Okay, thanks. I think just 2 more questions, Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge me. I wonder if you could say more about what you touched upon with the fishery data providing information that's not reflected in the FIS, and what you think our take-home message should be from that.
Yeah, this is a challenging one. So as I mentioned, in the past, we've seen this updating of the previous year's fishery data, and it's had very little effect on the stock assessment. Part of that is that we have increased uncertainty in the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. And so I often get asked, well, how do you weight the fishery and the survey and the stock assessment model? And the answer is that we allow the model to do the weighting. We put them in with the estimates of uncertainty that they have, and the model fits them as well as it needs to explain the data. But you could imagine if we were to take the survey out entirely, we would only be fitting the fishery. So all the weight would go to the fishery. And I think we are seeing the effect of increased uncertainty on the survey the models relying more and more heavily on the fishery data. And to the degree that we saw this pattern, it's suggesting that there's some signal in the fishery data that we're not seeing in the survey. If I had fit all the information with the survey and gotten a similar result, that would have said, well, the survey is telling us the same thing about the trend. But in this case, the survey is consistent with a flatter trend than we're seeing in the fishery data. So the takeaway from that is that we're at a challenging point, because I can't necessarily say that one of the other data sets is right or wrong. If I did, we would know which one had bias in it or not. I can tell you, not going to help much, but in 2 or 3 years, I'll be pretty sure which one was more accurate now. But that's really not going to help us today. So I think the question really is it possible that we're picking something up in the fishery that is related to other conditions, other factors affect the fishery that we try to standardize out in the survey? Or is it that we just haven't picked up this signal yet fully in the survey, and that when we maybe next year or the year after, as we get some bigger surveys done, maybe the two will come back into line? Historically, although we've seen ups and downs between the two time series, we tend to see these two series giving us the same information over time. It's kind of a unique case that we're getting a different signal in the last 2 years. And I wish I had an answer about which one was right, but I don't.
Okay, thank you. All right, and last question for now, at least. This has to do with slides 35 and 36 on relative spawning biomass. And you indicated, there that relative spawning biomass is 38%. So I take that to mean, with the previous slide, that what we're seeing is a 62% reduction caused by fishing. I think sometimes stakeholders, maybe commissioners too, are left scratching heads a little bit. Like, what do you mean the stock would be going in the same direction even if there were no fishing mortality? But I guess what I take from this is that by controlling fishing mortality, we still have a pretty big influence on what's going on, even if the trend may be moving in the same direction, but we essentially would be drawing the black and the blue lines closer together, so that we are having, I guess, less of an influence of fishing mortality over the potential for turning the stock around. Have I got that right?
Yeah, I think this is a difficult slide to interpret, and I think you've characterized it well. I'll note that if we looked back to the period from, say, 2011 to 2016, we estimate that if we hadn't been fishing, the biomass would be slowly declining over that time series, or that time period, because we would be moving from that higher recruitment to lower recruitment. But the cuts that were made in that time period actually allowed the stock to increase slightly over that time period. So we do see the response of the stock to management actions. We've been challenged over the last, say, 5 to 8 years in that the productivity has been low enough that even with the cuts that have been made, we continue to see an absolute change, despite the fact that we have reduced the effect of fishing over that same time period. So sometimes there's an expectation that if we didn't fish on this stock, there'd just be a constant amount of biomass in the water, but that's not halibut. Halibut, we would expect that if we weren't fishing, the biomass would be fluctuating up and down due to lots of different factors over time. And we are really, successful management would be riding along with that trend as opposed to changing it dramatically, I think.
Great, thanks so much.
Other questions? Bob? Let's see.
So, Ian, I'm looking at your slide 6. It's the one with the bars and the blue line at the top. Yeah. So the last 3 years, the fleet has underperformed what we set as harvest limits. And I'm kind of interpreting this that, for instance, in 2022, we did not know we overestimated the resource going into 23. And in 23, we overestimated the situation for 24. Is that things were worse, we're going into a worse situation than we thought they were when we made our decision harvest limits in January of those years?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Alverson. I think it's slightly more complicated than just overestimating the resource. There are a lot of components that feed into the TCEYs. And so in some of these years, we actually had, for example, the 3-year running average bycatch was higher than the value that we got the subsequent year. And so that savings would be seen in the gray bar not being all the way as high as the blue. So part of this might be the step that was taken, I believe it started in 2019, of using that 3-year average. In years that we have a decrease in 026 component of bycatch, we could actually have a decrease in this graphic. I would encourage a look at the statistics that Dr. Hutzenzak presented with just the fishery limits, because those, I think, are a better indicator of performance. And there, we've definitely seen in the last several years, as I noted, particularly in the western areas, the fisheries are not catching their fish. And I understand from talking to a number of people in the audience that in some cases that was not being able to catch those fish. There are other factors affecting catch rates in these areas beyond just the biomass, but I guess I would encourage people to discuss their fishing. I'm not the right one to discuss the fishing conditions in those areas.
Well, the second part of my concern is when you look at the performance of the fleet, those 3 years in Region 4 and 3, they underperformed, and that's where a lot of this gap is coming from. So to me, it signals a problem coastwide, but significantly in Region 3 and 4 to me. I don't know if that's fair, but that's what I'm picking up off of this.
I think it is fair. I definitely think that, yes, there's definitely evidence that the fisheries are unable to successfully find and catch the fish in many of these areas. And it's clearly, it was more challenging this year than in several recent years. I will provide one example where it's perhaps a little bit more complicated. In the Bering Sea, a lot of the biomass occurs on the Bering Sea shelf, comes from the estimate from the trawl survey, and that occurs in densities that are too low to be commercially viable. So that's a case where there's biomass there, but it's not helping the fishery. It's not accessible to the fishery unless it aggregates on the edge or around the islands. And so there, it's not so clear that there's necessarily a mismatch in the biomass estimate, but the location of that biomass in a place that the fishery can efficiently and profitably catch it.
Yeah, I'm feeling that this year, you mentioned, I think any slide, this year's stock assessment is very complex and confusing because any slide you could pick as commissioners making decisions on all this data is very confusing because you got conflicting messages. Some data kind of is in conflict with other data. On one hand, things look good, and on the other hand, it looks bad, and it's very complex. I'm assuming that when you give us a decision table tomorrow, that'll give us some better understanding of which data sources should we lay more heavily on. There's no priority as to what our objectives are. Is the objectives to keep our biomass at some kind of level, or is it, what kind of risks are involved in all of these? So I tend it's confusing in that, at least for me, as to how to interpret all the different charts you've been giving us, because they're, they all make sense, but you could pick any one out of the any one of these charts and run with it with a different kind of decision that there's no way to combine all of these to come up with one conclusion that, we should look at recruitment as a priority, or size of our stock, or the economic yield of the fishery for the commercial fishermen. And I assume that the decision table will give us that a little bit better a way of looking at the priorities for the near and long future. Is that going to be?
Thanks for the question and the opportunity to comment on that. I think the decision table will definitely provide some useful information, and it will perhaps be able to quantify some of the risks and separate them into risk to the stock trend, risk to reference points and things. I certainly acknowledge that we are at a challenging point for this management of this stock, because we do have this diverse set of information that doesn't clearly lead us in any specific direction. And I would say that historically, when we were in a case like this, where, for example, we're getting a different signal from the fishery in the survey, if we had a comprehensive survey, I would certainly rely on that and our ability to standardize that information. And I think we're paying the price of the reduced survey in the last couple of years. To that end, I wish I had clearer news, but I have the information that we have in front of us.
Okay, thank you, Neil.
Ian, I'm going to apologize in advance. I think I've asked you this question before, and Commissioner Kurland asked about it, but I do want to dig in a bit further. So it's about the influence of the commercial catch data in the stock assessment. And so I think I heard you say that you leave it up to the model to sort of like weight the data, which I understand. I wondered though about what you tell the model regarding bias in a data set. I mean, we conduct a fishery independent survey because we know about the difference between that and how harvesters are out there fishing. So I wondered if you could just sort of expand on that a bit more. Does the model somehow constrain the way it treats data in light of what we might tell it about the potential for bias? Now, as I say that, I realize we're dealing with a much reduced survey, which introduces the potential for bias in that data set too. So could you talk to us a bit more about the bias sort of dimension of that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think I have been asked this question before, and it's still a good one. So I'll break this into a few parts. Maybe the first one with regard to weighting, and then I'll speak to bias. When I say I let the model figure out the weighting, I actually don't. The two data sets, the fishery trend and the survey trend, and also the age data and other associated information, are put into the model with the uncertainty that we have estimated. So the weighting is essentially the inverse of the variance. Or to put it another way, the less certain we are, the less weighted it's intuitively. So if both series are equally uncertain, they would essentially get equal weight. And if one series becomes more uncertain over time and the other one doesn't change, then you see the shift of weight. And so that's in part, that's what's happening as we're starting to rely a little bit more heavily on the fishery data themselves. It's more complicated. I can't just give you a weighting factor because it's the age data and it's the index and it's everything together, but that's essentially how it's working. With regard to bias, it's a simpler answer, which is that I don't have an easy way to put bias, to account for bias in the stock assessment models. If we knew what it was, it wouldn't be bias, it would be trend, and we would be modeling it and we could deal with it. However, that's not quite true, because for the fishery data, we do allow for the catchability of the fishery, or it's the relationship between the fishery catch rate and the population, to change slowly over time. We do that as a random walk, but what that really means is that there can be small changes in the fishery or the population that don't have to be strictly proportional in the model. And that's a common thing to do in stock assessments. You assume that the survey is proportional to the stock and that the fishery can change slowly in a way that's not strictly proportional to the stock. So for example, if technology increases, you might expect that the catch rate could go up a little bit, but the stock really didn't. And so that's a common way to model this information in the stock assessment. However, that only works if you have another source of data to tell it what's happening. So if for example, we didn't have a survey at all and I did that, it wouldn't estimate that there was any difference in the proportionality of the fishery because it wouldn't have any information to tell it should. So it's not a perfect solution. With regard to bias, the last part of your question, with regard to bias in the survey itself, we don't have a good way to quantify that, but what we did do is to do one additional stock assessment run where we, well, two things. We did an analysis of how potential bias would translate into the stock assessment results. And I'll speak to that a little bit during tomorrow's presentation on survey designs. And then we also did one sensitivity in the projections to what if the fishery CPUE for 2024 is actually 5% lower when we go to analyze it next year. And so we did that evaluation as well. And I'll mention that when those results when I get to the projections tomorrow. So we can't build them in, but we can look at them as kind of a one-off analysis and at least get a sense that if this happens, this is the direction that things are likely to change. I think that was all your questions.
That was very helpful. Thank you. And then I guess maybe just a second comment. I mean, there is a lot of data presented here, and it is a lot to digest. I guess I don't see a lot of sort of conflict, and maybe this is something we can explore further amongst commissioners. There's just a lot of signs that don't seem positive to me, and very few that look particularly, that do look particularly positive. So definitely want to explore, where there may be some differences in what we're taking away from this, because I think that's going to be really important for decision making and for the kinds of discussions we have with the delegations that are here. So looking forward to more on that. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Peter. So I know when you're looking at FIS data, there's raw data and then you correct it for things, like hook competition, and then as well the proportion of fish that was caught. Is that not correct? The proportion of the fish that was caught prior to the fish when the survey is being done. Sorry, if you could.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
Those two corrections are done prior to the rest of the model.
Okay, so when that's done to the FIS data, now when we're looking at the fishery data, and we're having such a hard time attaining, in some areas a harder time to the west, catching our fish. Is it, how does the data that you put in incorporate that challenge? Like, how does that data, here it looks like, it does, trends go up and they go down or whatever, but it's always been my experience at the beginning, if there's a whole bunch of fish around, they're easier to catch. As the stock goes down over the course of the year, they become harder to catch in certain times if a large proportion, and that's why you make that correction for the FIS. And so I'm just curious if there's any sort of correction or any sort of information that's being put into the stock assessment now that we're relying more on fishery data to incorporate this lack of, this difficulty in reaching allocation in virtually all areas, actually.
Thanks for the question. The short answer is that there's no easy way to correct the fishery data. We're not making similar corrections for, say, whale depredation, or we do analyze only what are reported as halibut target sets. So if a vessel's fishing and is making a mixed set where the target could be, say, halibut or black cod, we don't include that in the indices of abundance because we don't know the proportion of effort. It could have been, just the tail end of the gear for halibut, or it could have just been the tail end for black cod. And we recognize that would affect the catch rates. But this is a challenging, but this is essentially why we have survey and why we would like a comprehensive survey, because there's so many factors that can affect the catch rates for commercial fisheries. It could be avoidance of non-target species. There's just a lot of factors, and we don't do any explicit corrections for those currently. And even if we tried to, I'm not sure that we could necessarily create a commercial index where we had standardized out all of the possible factors that might influence that. So that's a real challenge, and honestly, the reason why we have a survey.
Yeah, thanks. And I completely agree. I think when as you use the fishery data, it's a dangerous path. There's so many variables, that just being one of them, as you mentioned. So thank you very much, Ian.
The last call for questions. Otherwise, I hazard that we're going to pick this up in the morning with public comment. Okay, thank you very much. And back to you. Yep.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And so I just have two add points for administration. The first is regarding public comment. So just a reminder that in the morning, we will be having a public comment session first up. And there are two ways that you can sign up for public comment. The first is old pen and paper at the reception. You can just go write your name and the Secretariat will make sure that you are logged. Please do add what agenda item you'd like to speak to. And then second of all, through the Adobe Connect platform, where you sign in to join the meeting electronically, you can similarly just add your name, the agenda item that you would like to speak to, and whether you'd like to make a verbal intervention or whether you would like the chair or somebody to read your public comment or question. So two ways to do that, and we'll just take the questions under the chair's guidance. And then secondly, for this evening, we do have the reception, the welcome reception. So that starts at 7 p.m. in the room directly above us. So just one floor up in the same location. And it's the Cypress Suite, I think it's called. So please do come join us, 7 p.m., just smart, casual, all welcome. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thanks all. I guess we'll reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.